Council President, it's a pretty good looking jacket you got there.
Thank you, sir.
Like the fashion.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Where'd he go?
Council, we will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is April 13th, 2021 at 4:30 PM. We will begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here.
Absent are Councilman Borton and Councilwoman Perot.
Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
it's my distinct pleasure to move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second the motion. I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I've never been so honored to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I will second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve a very honorable consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye, or actually, is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move right into our department reports. And the first item up is the Information Technology Department Annual Report, and turn this over to Director Teedy.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Waiting for my presentation. I could do a song and dance. I want to start out by saying I'm honored to be here, though.
Attaboy. I'm glad you're honored to be here this evening, Director Dave.
Thank you again, Mayor and members of the council to have me here today. I am pleased to be with you and honored to give you our annual update for the IT department. So to get started, we will start off with just our mission and vision statement, just for your viewing pleasure. One thing that I will note that's not in here is that the slide keeps moving without me. Is that we like to have a lot of fun in our IT department, and we try to infuse fun in that. So hopefully you'll notice that in the next few slides. It's similar to the slide deck we had this last year, but with a few minor changes. It's okay. Check that use timings.
You know, this is what needs to happen.
Thank you. We'll get started by talking a little bit about some of our teams and the services that we provide, just as a kind of informational standpoint. First of all, we have our service desk team, and you can see a few of our service desk team members here on the slide in front of you. This is the group that handles the asset management for the city, as well as technology purchasing. That is mainly Stephanie Ollendorf, our asset management coordinator, and also does the renewals for various software solutions that we have throughout the city. We also handle various aspects of technical support. That's hardware support, that's software support, it's audiovisual support, everything in between. So you can see a few instances up here of that, and on the next slide, you'll see a couple more. That support also includes our field folks, so fire, police, community development, water, wastewater, everyone out in the field as they're using technology, we support that as well. On to the next, our software engineering team handles software development for the city, and that includes things like writing new software. That includes doing integrations with existing software or new other software as we purchase software solutions and need them to communicate one with another. As part of our software development processes, we also look at opportunities for process improvement as we're developing software, and also automation where we can reduce manual steps or eliminate points of data entry to make people's jobs easier. So we also handle report writing with our software engineering team, which, as you know, pretty much anything that goes into a database can be reported on, which is pretty handy. But it also requires some expertise to know how to do that and know how to transform that data to make it in a usable format, whether that's a report or a dashboard or some other format. We also have our web developer position that's part of our software engineering group, which you'll actually hear us come back here in a couple weeks to talk about a little bit more. They handle the website, including ADA compliance, making sure that search engine optimization is happening, and all things from a content management standpoint for the website, helping support the various departments and what they have on the city website. Moving on, our next group is our GIS team. We handle all things mapping with this group, including supporting Esri software, which is the software that the city uses to do mapping and data analysis from a GIS standpoint. We also do data visualization. We handle AVL, so that's the automated vehicle location system that we have running for a number of departments. We do data exchange with other entities throughout the valley, including Compass, Ada County, Boise, and we tend to automate those as much as we can so that there's not a huge manual effort anytime we need to do type of integration with them, which is great. We also support the city by creating web maps that are available not only to our public, but also to our internal customers as they are out and about doing their jobs in the field. So the next group that I'll cover is our infrastructure team. This is really the part of this team is what's behind the scenes, making things work on the back end. So servers, storage, networking, firewalls, connectivity, that's all happening here within this team. We also do some technical support for the applications that we host. So we are still very much on premise and have most of our data hosted here at City Hall, but we also have some cloud applications and we're involved in how those are managed as well. So a continuation of that team is our project manager and business analyst that handles doing both of those functions for various large software projects throughout the city, and also handles software support for Excel and some other systems. And then myself that handles leading the department, coming up with our technology strategy for the city as a whole, and then a couple large areas such as policy and information security. So as you can see, there's quite a wide variety of things, services that we provide to the city, and a wide variety of people that handle it and positions that handle it. And they are very unique and different in how they're managed. So we aren't all interchangeable as, you know, technical support, unfortunately, but we do have a very great team that does all these different services, handles them very well for the city. So I'm pleased to be part of that and grateful for their support in running the city's IT department. So next up, I wanted to cover some highlights that we had over the last year that I thought would be worth mentioning to you. First one is our support that we provided related to COVID-related needs. The first one being the huge undertaking of helping nearly 200 employees move to a remote workforce in just over a month time period, which was a pretty big undertaking. But we felt we were really successful in that area and that most of our customers were pleased. As time went on, we also had the opportunity to help them look at things differently, look at how they do their jobs differently, and look to see how technology could be leveraged to help them be successful even while remotely when they might have been used to doing something on site. So we also made many updates to the city website per the request of the mayor's office and others to make sure that information about COVID and the different challenges that were coming about were out there and available to the community. Those were near constant for many months, and they were even after hours, anytime throughout the day. And then, of course, you know about our efforts in helping make sure that the council and commission meetings could happen remotely via technology, which was an undertaking that we worked with a consultant on and also collaborated with the clerk's office on, and couldn't have done it without them. They've been fantastic in supporting that. A couple other highlights we had in this area was we did seek and were approved for CARES funding to purchase technology to help our employees be remote more effectively, including VPN technology that we expanded significantly. We have 2 different technologies that we're using in that area, and they're both working pretty well. We've been using both of them for up to a year for many employees that are working remotely. We also purchased Microsoft Teams for nearly 200 employees and are using that for remote meetings, but we're also using it for the collaboration tools and things that it offers, because that was something that was, also provided as part of that solution and works really well. So we also were able to acquire many laptops to, again, help people be able to be remote more effectively. And we also worked with our public safety entities to get new equipment in their vehicles. And that's still an ongoing process. Both of those are still ongoing processes that we're working on. To continue on highlights, here are a few software engineering projects that we had over this last year. Our incident tracking, which is the field report writing tool that the police department uses, that was developed internally, is now available on MDTs in the field. So our officers are able to do those reports anywhere they need to, as opposed to coming in the office to do those all the time, which was great from a public safety standpoint for our officers and increased their safety as well. And then it obviously gave them a little more flexibility with the COVID situation, not worrying about coming into the office to get those reports done. On another note, they also got some additional functionality that they didn't have in the field that's not available in the CAD system. So they're able to run partial plates and do some other things that they didn't have functionality for in the field before, which is pretty cool. We worked with our HR department to develop an e-recruitment application this last year. That went live here a few months ago, and provides things such as an improved user experience, a lot more user-friendly, a lot more intuitive for people to go in and apply for jobs for the city. It's also mobile-friendly, so you can apply for a job on your phone if you want to. And then we also provide tools for the hiring teams to streamline some of the processes that were happening in a very manual way before. So that was a great project to work with HR on, and we appreciate their help on that. It's been a good outcome. So we also did a survey and have seen very positive feedback from the different applicants that are applying for positions throughout the city. So, and really good feedback. The next project I was going to highlight here is property and evidence. So this was another project that we worked with the police department on. Many of their processes for evidence were being handled manually with a lot of paper or sometimes duplicate or triplicate data entry. We went through and took that process entirely digital. Obviously, we couldn't take the property itself digitally, but the rest is digital. We removed the duplicate data entry, and we ended up saving officers and evidence technicians a lot of time. Processes that would take them a day or two can now be done in a couple hours. So pretty cool. There are a couple of screenshots up here of what the application looks like. And then on the next slide, I have a couple more screenshots. So this is all mock data, so there's nothing sensitive there at all. It's just for demonstration purposes. A couple other highlights. I'm going to go in reverse order from what's on the slide here. We worked with planning to develop the service accessibility tool and did a lot of work on the back end where planning did some of the front end work. That is a tool that is used to be able to give planners more information about services and where they're available, and obviously is used as a decision-making tool for you all to be able to say, hey, we know where services are and where they aren't, and that will impact development and decisions. So give me 1 minute, my Surface locked and I've lost some of my notes. I am not a GIS expert, so some of these things I have to refer to. You will see one of these graphics is that's our data sharing hub, which is a work in progress, but I felt like it was worth highlighting. And you can see it's a moving image that actually shows you the steps to go through to get to the information. So I'll talk about that next if I can get in. Check in. Okay, not gonna get in. So anyway, the next project that I want to highlight is our data sharing hub that our GIS team is working on. This is really a tool that will make it easier for both citizens and other entities or organizations in the valley to be able to get GIS data that is technically freely available to the public, but not always easy to get to and sometimes requires a public records request. This is an effort that we felt was important because it helps with the government excellence strategic focus area, providing better visibility, transparency into the GIS data that we have at the city of Meridian. So we're pretty excited about that, and that will be complete here in the next few months. So a couple other highlights that we had this year. We have been working with Public Works for some SCADA improvements. If you're all familiar with what SCADA is, that is the supervisory controls and data acquisition systems that are used to support Public Works functions, both on the water and wastewater side. So integration with pumps and lift stations and everything else. We have been able to increase the resiliency of those back-end systems that connect all the things together, providing redundant paths for network connectivity, providing redundancy for some of the computer infrastructures that's used there. We also, in that effort, were able to improve a lot of the security, which, if you're not aware, has been more and more of a concern just due to more and more being connected to the internet. SCADA systems are definitely one of those targets that are being a little bit more frequently attacked. And through this effort, we are able to improve security and have more improvements to come as we continue to work with them on buttoning up this project. So we're pretty excited about that and the improvements there, and our opportunity to be a little more secure and make sure that our facilities and infrastructure from a public works standpoint are protected. So, and then we have continued to make other cybersecurity improvements over the last couple of years, or over the last year. We've had a couple big ones that I wanted to mention. First of all, our email security system has been revamped and has been significantly improved and is helping protect us from ransomware, from attacks like CEO fraud or phishing. It's been a big improvement that we've had, and we've also been able to cut out a lot of spam, which has been nice, I think, for our employees as well. And then we also introduced a single sign-on solution, which we felt was important because of the millions of passwords that everyone manages nowadays. From a city standpoint, we wanted to have a tool that would allow people to have one account to manage, and then it would auto-magically let them into other systems that they have access to. And so we've been able to implement that throughout, I think, 8 different applications at this point, and we'll be able to continue to expand that as applications support it or come on board. So we're pretty excited about that. That wraps up the highlights that I had for this last year. Next, I wanted to talk about a few upcoming CFP items. Obviously, CFP is all tentative items, so this is not necessarily set in stone budget, but more of an FYI of what our CFP looks like for the next few years. So for FY22, we have a few things on the radar. One is continuing to expand our enterprise content management solution, which is Laserfish, which the clerk's office uses. We're continuing to expand that to other departments to look for efficiencies in creating more of a digital strategy for our document storage. So that continues. And with that, we also have the opportunity to leverage electronic processes more, which will greatly improve some of the, create more efficiencies for departments as we continue to expand there. We continue to look at opportunities for communication infrastructure extensions. This is really our dark fiber network that we're continuing to build out throughout the city. A couple areas that are on the radar are the projected fire station / police precinct sites that we would need connectivity to were they to be built. So those are a couple that are on the radar for that could be considered for this money, but that may come back in another form or fashion too. We're working with fire and police on that. So we also have our email archive and discovery tool that we've had for about 15 years right now is at end of life and no longer supported. So we are planning on upgrading that this coming year. That is important for public records requests, anything related to retention. It is a key central component of that. It manages the way we handle e-discovery on this platform versus if we had to manually handle it, saves city staff hundreds of hours anytime we get a public records request that involves email. So it is a critical component that we need to maintain. So, and then the next item for FY22 that we had was wireless equipment for remote connectivity. So as you know, we have a lot of fleet vehicles throughout the city, police, fire, ComDev, Public Works. Most of these vehicles now have wireless connectivity type of equipment in them, which gives us the ability to get connectivity to devices such as cell phones or laptops that they may have out in the field with them, but it also is what gives us the ability to do AVL tracking so we can see vehicle locations. So those pieces of equipment are at the point where they need to be replaced. And so we are coming back to get those replaced this year because otherwise they will stop working. So don't have too much of a choice there. For FY23, I'll go to the next slide. We have a few things, again, big ticket items for IT are probably not big ticket items for wastewater, for example, but they are big ticket for us. So that's why they're on here. We have a SQL Server upgrade that we need to do. Most of our data or applications are hosted on a backend that's SQL Server, which is a type of database management system. And that solution will be end of life at that time. So we need to replace it. Our data center here at City Hall has a power system that is on the verge of being 13 years old now, so we will need to replace that at some point in the near future, which is why it's on the budget for FY23. We do anticipate hiring an IT security analyst at some point in the future, which is why we have this IT security analyst position slated for FY23. IT security or cybersecurity is more and more important in everything we do, and at some point having a position that can be the steward of that function and no other function will be important for the city as a whole. And then we're continuing to replace more of the wireless equipment that I mentioned before in FY23. And then for FY24, we have our main server / storage resource that we have both at City Hall and the police department that will come up for replacement, will need replaced. And that's a pretty big ticket item for us. There is a chance that we may look at alternative options such as cloud hosting and public cloud that could change that cost and what it looks like. But at this point, we're not sure if going that direction makes sense. The last time we looked at it, we had a cost of about $300,000 over a 5-year period. And if we looked at going to that, it would have been, I think, 1.3 million. So we definitely aren't set on that, but we're at least evaluating again. And then we have our Windows Server operating system that we'll need also replaced as part of that. So a couple other future items that I don't have a year on here for this are Microsoft 365, which is Office 365, that we'll be transitioning to at some point in the future, tentatively on for maybe FY25 or 26. And then we also at some point will need another technical support position, which we anticipate at when and if both fire stations get approved and police precincts, that may be the tipping point for us. So just wanted to give you a heads up, that's on our radar. The last thing I wanted to talk to you about was what I've mentioned a few times before as I've come before council, and this is really impacts to the city as technology or IT companies transition their model from a more traditional approach, which is we sell you something once and you keep it forever, to this as a service model, right? It's happening more and more, and these are a couple examples that we've had in the last year. One is AutoCAD. We actually have used AutoCAD, the Public Works Department mainly, for probably a decade. And at this point, we were forced to go to their new model, which our costs or public works costs went from $3,500 a year to $17,000 a year with this change. And quite honestly, it's just the way of the industry. And the options are use AutoCAD or try to find something open source that doesn't work very well and isn't compatible with any of the contractors out there. So as this happens more and more, we're going to see these technology costs start cutting into our revenue in a different way than they have in the past. So I felt it was important to mention it. Adobe Acrobat is another one that we took it upon ourselves to find ways around this and did reduce our costs significantly, but still it's a cost that went up from, per license cost of $300 to an annual cost of $200 for every person that's licensed for it. So again, it's a great business model for the businesses doing it. From a cost standpoint, it's not so great to be on the receiving end. I mentioned Office 365 or Microsoft 365 coming up. That's on here as well. And then Cradlepoint replacements was something that I wanted to mention specifically, which I had covered in our CFP, but it's another factor in this equation because software as a service is pretty easy to say, we're transitioning this over to, okay, you have to pay for this subscription fee. When I sell you a piece of hardware, it's a little bit different. You can use it as long as you want, right? I can't do anything to make you buy it again. Well, vendors have found that there's a way to make it happen. And so this example, we use these cradle points across our fleet of vehicles, and they are the main source for this. There are not any other good options out there. It's Cradlepoint or nobody, and they know it. And Sony Ericsson bought them up here, I think last year. And anyways, as part of that transition, they decided to do this forced obsolescence where if you stop, if you don't buy the new device, your device will stop functioning. And at that point, you're dead in the water until you do something else. So we're seeing that happening more and more in the technology sector. And I think that obviously it's businesses trying to be more sustainable, but at the end of the day, it's going to come back and impact this city as well. So just wanted to mention that. That was one instance of that, and we've seen a few others too. So with that, I will stand for any questions. That is all I had for you today.
Thank you, Dave. For the record, Councilman Pro joined us at 4:33 for that presentation. And I just want to touch on one thing before we get into other questions is Director Key pointed out the $100,000 in the FY22 for infrastructure components. And just want to point out that that's more of a standing number. The cost to deliver fiber to a fire station in the north and fire station in the south is exponentially more than that $100,000. But that's something that we're working on now. I just don't want council to be surprised when they see the number, see this, and then maybe see a number $300,000 to $700,000 in the future, if depending on how we might need to go down that road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To your point, this is really more of our overall plan to continue to expand and provide this connectivity when opportunities arise working through with ACHD, whereas building out is a completely different story. So
with that, council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burr.
Not a question, but more of a comment. I've said it in the past with the clerk's office, with Chris and his team and Adrian, about the successful implementation of our virtual platforms during COVID. And you guys have all done a fantastic job. I had lunch today with a dear friend that's intimately involved with what we do as a city, and even said then that, Meridian never stopped. We continued business as usual, and that didn't happen overnight, and it certainly wasn't because of anything that council did per se. It was everything to do with you and Chris and your teams, and I wanted to say thank you. Such a huge undertaking, so great job. And also, and also what you did with staff and employees, like you mentioned. It was wonderful, so great job.
You're here.
Council, any further questions?
I have none.
Thank you, Dave. We all know infrastructure and technology is cheap and stagnant. So we appreciate that very much. And I look forward to working with you on how we can financially plan for what our needs anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
With that, we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is our Community Development Department update on potential new urban renewal districts. Turn this over to Cameron.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's a pleasure to be with you. Can you hear me and see the screen okay? Cool. I'm going to kind of go maybe where this may take us, but just wanted to kick this off. We do have a number of guests on with us as well. We have Ashley Squires from MDC. Megan Conrad is the proposed consultant for some of this work. We have other staff as well, Steve Sidaway, Garrett White, and Victoria Cleary. So we are all here to present to you all some next steps on some potential urban renewal districts. We've been talking about these as staff for a little over a year now, but wanted to bring them to your attention for your consideration, and also to get some definitive courses going forward on them. So the first, I'll kind of outline this. We have the Northern Gateway District, as well as what we'll call the Overland Linder 10-mile district. We got to come up with a better name if we go forward with that for sure. But and then also some interplay potentially with the community center, if that is going to be included in the upcoming RFP. In that order, those are the three main items that we'd like direction and discussion on this evening. So with that, we'll kind of just touch the Northern Gateway, and I'm going to just share screen so you can get at least a visual of it. Can you all see that okay? Okay, so the Northern Gateway District, it's important to note right off the bat that the existing downtown Meridian Revitalization District, the original district, expires in 2026. And so with this, if we were to do and want to do additional work up in this area, a new district would need to be formed, given the short lifespan of the existing district. It's also important to note that there is a lot of revitalization occurring in downtown, which has been very deliberate and I think very successful with the joint effort of many, especially those on the line with us. But with that said, the northern area has not redeveloped for whatever reason. And we feel like, an additional time horizon as well as additional focus could help this area truly reform in a meaningful fashion. I would add as well that, just kind of stepping back just a bit, that urban renewal and the use of urban renewal is mentioned twice in our strategic plan, as well as twice in our comprehensive plan. Truly as a tool to help revitalize areas, to stimulate growth, and to do those things that will bring value to our community and citizens. Back to the Northern Gateway. So truly without much intervention, in other words, the use of this tool, as you can see, there's a lot of work here. Small parcels, big parcels, aging infrastructure, transportation, other utilities that really are necessary to see this transform in a meaningful way. So with that said, as you can see, and I'll just kind of, if you can follow the cursor a little bit, this line, and I apologize, I'm colorblind, I think it's blue, is the original district.
You are colorblind. That's
I am colorblind. It's probably purple, huh? Anyway, and this kind of hash marked line is kind of a preliminary, if you will. It's not the final, but what would be a good baseline for the new district. And so with that said, you do have areas that are in the old district. These would need to be de-annexed, similar to what we did with the Union District. And then you also see that there are new parcels being added. So these would be included in the new plan. So there's kind of a stepped process to making this district come to life. The Overland and 10 Mile District, and I'll again, we got to come up with a new name because that's too long. But this is a very different scenario. Northern Gateway is downtown. It's more redevelopment in nature, aging infrastructure, things of that kind. The Overland Linder district is more, as you can see, there's less parcels. In fact, I think there's only 21 parcels total in this district. And truly the focus is on the opportunity to accomplish the Linder overpass. The focus would be here that any investment and the generating resulting tax increment financing funds would go to the creation of the overpass. So a little bit different purpose and also just a different approach. That being said, this one is one that the city would front the cost for the creation and would also kind of spearhead from a legal perspective, talking with Bill and Ted on this one that we would handle most of that work. So with that in mind, we do have hoping to have a robust discussion with you all. I would add just again, we do have the pending RFP that we'd like to come back to you with regarding the civic block. That is something that we'd like to bring next week if possible. The decision point potentially tonight is whether or not to include the community center in that RFP. If not, then we could discuss how that may impact these districts. But again, just guidance on those three items are truly what staff is looking for this evening. I would mention that if you do give us the go-ahead to proceed, we'll go bring an amendment for you all to consider to engage the consultants to get this work going. And then also get a MOA in place with MDC to pay for some of this. And I would note as well for council, just know that you'll have many cracks at this. As you'll recall with the Union District, there's a very robust process required by statute. We'll certainly be communicating with you often and seeking your input. So by no means is any of this final, but it's certainly a jumping off point that we need your feedback on. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll open it up and stand for any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Cameron. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
Cameron, maybe before we start talking about the kind of projects that are before us, would you be able to kind of briefly expand upon, I guess, your last comments about what that process would look like from now to assuming the council were in favor and would want to authorize this? I appreciate knowing that we've got a lot of bites at the apple, but help me understand what that process would look like.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, we do have Megan Conrad on the phone. So she was the one that aided us last time, and she's got a great understanding of those statutory requirements. But yeah, Megan, if you're available, we'll open it up for a response on that question.
Megan, if you can just say your name and address, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Megan Conrad, Elam and Burke, 251 East Front Street. Thank you so much for having me here today. I really appreciate the opportunity to partner with all of you on these efforts. Thank you so much for your question, Councilmember Cavanagh. I think The process for a de-annexation and a new plan are essentially the same, but the timelines are a little bit different. So for a de-annexation, that scope of work would really, we are targeting that being completed by the 4th Monday in July. And that is simply because of the value impacts that occur when you pull parcels out of a revenue allocation area and getting those values, the increment and the base value merged back on the tax rolls, and then the corresponding impact on the new construction roll. So that's the deadline for the de-annexation. The deadline for new plan areas is 12/31 of, I think what is being looked at is this year. So backing that up a little bit in terms of specific touch points for each of these process, as indicated, a plan amendment does have the same path that it travels as a new project area. And what would happen is if authorized to proceed in a new plan, that would kickstart the consultant to review the geographic area for eligibility, and that would result in the issuance of an eligibility report. That report would first come back to the agency board, and they would review it, and if they deemed it acceptable, would accept it and forward that on to the council. The council would then review that eligibility study and the findings made therein, and then would elect whether or not to adopt the findings in the study by resolution. That then sort of the phase 2, then we would look at the planning process itself. And the next, a plan is prepared over the course of several months, and a significant part of that is the plan narrative, which and then there's the attachments to the plan, which include the map and the legal, and significantly the economic feasibility study, which looks at the potential revenue generation of the project area and compares it to the specific identified projects. And to the extent, the revenues exceed the expenditures, then the project is feasible. So then that plan is then reviewed by the agency board at an open public meeting. And then if moved forward by that body, would be transmitted to the city. At that point, there would be a 30-day notice of public hearing published in the paper in the Meridian Press. There would also be a transmittal of the plan and the notice to all of the overlapping taxing districts. And then it would just move through the city's process for ordinance consideration and adoption. And then there's a round of, and if ultimately adopted, there's another round of post-ordinance transmittals. So sorry, that was a lengthy answer. I also wanted, oh, sorry.
No, it's very helpful.
I also just wanted to quickly point out that is different from the Union District. These two project areas, both the 10 Mile to Overland and the Northern Gateway, have county parcels identified, so parcels that still are within unincorporated Ada County. To the extent those remain county parcels during this process, there will also have to be touch points with Ada County. They would have to look at the eligibility study and ultimately would have to sign off on an intergovernmental agreement adopted by a county ordinance. That doesn't necessarily have to be the path forward on those county parcels, because I think annexation is a potential discussion point as I understand it, but that's just another opportunity.
Mr. Mayor.
Administrator.
Thanks a lot, everybody. So Cameron, I am curious what unique infrastructure investments or projects are needed to make private investment viable in the new part of northern downtown that we want to look at. And the reason I'm asking that way is I think that these should stand on their own. Makes me a little nervous when the boundaries are being moved around a lot. And I guess another part of my question and why I'm asking it this way is real estate works in cycles. We both know that the cost of trades is high and the cost of land is high. So how do we know tell me about the specific projects that are needed to spur private investment and why that is different than where we are in the real estate cycle, just making it not economically viable to develop right now.
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Strader, this is a great question, and I think there's a lot of nuance to it. So let me take it in bites. So there's the infrastructure issue that is certainly in play to the redevelopment of this area. We know right off the bat that transportation is one of them, and in partnership with MDC, we'll be working with a transportation consultant to understand how better to realign some of the transportation network, as well as some of those improvements. So for example, if you look at 3rd Street and as an example for a throughput through the downtown, giving more pedestrian as well as vehicular circulation through the downtown, that is one that could very much impact some of these parcels downline from 3rd. There's also some discussion about 5th and the potential there with throughputs as well. So that's transportation, for example. We also know that utility work in partnership with Public Works, there is an effort already afoot to replace aging pipe as well as expand that. So if we have, again, do some of that work and have that available for these parcels, the likelihood of redevelopment is increased. The second part of your question, more of the market question, I think is a good one. It is important to this area that, in my opinion, that we see significant investment, that we take opportunity right out of the gate to attract investment and therefore start the TIF generation to help some of the other down the line investment to occur. And so again, that's kind of the theory behind some of these larger parcels, potentially easier parcels to assemble, so that we can attract some investment that hasn't occurred in the past, but also to then help stimulate other property assemblage or utility or traffic or other infrastructure to help make the rest of the area redevelop quicker. So it's a little bit of the strategy, a little bit of the certainly the concerns that are prohibiting development or redevelopment at this time. Does that help answer your question?
It kind of helps answer my question. So it sounds like we think there's utility work that's needed that we're already starting to do on our own. And then the transportation work, I guess I'm a little unclear on what that need is. So there are 2 examples, 3rd Street and 5th, more vehicle and pedestrian circulation. I guess, is it that existing businesses don't feel that they have the traffic to expand? Is it that new businesses don't have large enough parts? I mean, help me, what is the issue, I guess, that someone good at land assemblage couldn't solve?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, so just thinking of the examples that we do know, the developments that are in process. So for example, you can't see it on the map, but we know, for example, Union 93, which is an additional 300 units, is going to be coming on right across adjacent to that, or kitty corner to that is the Old Town Lofts. You have additional, pedestrian as well as vehicular impacts. That puts additional burden on, Main Street, for example, is the main throughput. And therefore, how do we create additional circulation and additional commercial and business opportunity in other parts of the downtown other than Main, and therefore dumping a lot of that onto Main. So that's just an example, but really that is the hope, and Ashley's on the line with us as well. The hope of engaging this consultant is to truly vet out and understand what those transportation needs are specifically, and how best to orient a lot of that. And from that work, we'll know best, how to implement some of these strategies. But that is just an example of one.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
So I think, just to put it simplistically, with this Northern Gateway project, this URD, the purpose of an urban renewal district for sure is to create future economic development. I think that's the driving force. That's the catalyst behind forming any type of new URD, with the hopes that using TIF dollars that would incentivize bigger development to come in and to invest in these areas, and with the help of TIF dollars with infrastructure and facade improvements. It's really hard to know what that looks like exactly without any type of project on the table. And I don't believe that we do have any projects on the table, and I don't know truly what that interest looks like. But hopefully with this new URD on the north end of our downtown area could stimulate that and really create something cool and vibrant. With that said, I have some questions in regard to maybe what the geographic area looks like, but that can be handled offline, nothing too serious or complicated to discuss right now. Those are my thoughts with this particular URD. I don't know if that helped you out, Councilwoman Strader. With
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm skeptical about the Northern Gateway. I think the Linder overpass is a discrete use, and I can get my hands around that easier. I'm willing to see what the consultant's work is, but the reason I'm skeptical for a couple of reasons. I'm skeptical about the timing, because I think we have catalyst projects already downtown that will change the demographic and economic drivers in downtown. And I'm questioning if it's appropriate to continue expanding urban renewal until we see if that catalyst is sufficient. I'm skeptical because the legislature may mess with our city budget directly with their legislation. And I believe we should be doing a return on investment calculation here. So we're foregoing a series of future cash flows of taxes to invest them in an area. I'd like to know what that return on investment should be. So hopefully the consultant could help with that. I guess I'm just a little bit skeptical. I'm a big fan of improving downtown, but I didn't see, at least in this memo, a lot of really well-defined reasons that infrastructure improvements or other things are needed to spur development specific to this northern area of downtown. I'm concerned we're expanding urban renewal areas to justify continued investment overall. And if it is, I'm just not convinced that it's necessary yet, but I'm open-minded.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, one of the things I see with this Northern Gateway URD is the fact that we do need some north-south connection for not only what Councilman Burnt pointed out, but also for expansion of economic development. There are really some underutilized properties along Fairview and coming up 2.5 Street around the Coal Valley facility, which has some potential for the future, whether it's existing or new. And It's just something I'd like to take a look at closer, and I think there can be some big improvements in these areas and really revitalize that area and spur some development that really gives us a nice core for Meridian. We're going to have other areas surrounding downtown that are going to be good and strong, and we also want to have a strong downtown. So something I think we need to take a closer look at.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
in the interest of time, I guess my next question would be to council. Do we have consensus or at least majority consensus, at least pointing our partners in the direction of, expanding research and coming to us with more specifics on what these URDs look like in the going forward?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a really good question, Councilmember Burnt. I appreciate you asking that one. From my standpoint, yeah, I think I'm supportive with at least beginning the studies, recognizing that the city is going to be on the hook for those. I'm cautiously optimistic about what will come forth. Again, particularly with some of my council members about the Northern Gateway. But then as I think about it, we don't think about the Northern Gateway right now as downtown Meridian. But man, 20 years from now, it might sure feel like downtown Meridian. So I think there's some economic opportunities to be gained from there. I'm less concerned about the other proposed project. But I'm happy to have the conversation. The part that I think that's important for me, Cameron, for you, just where I'm coming from, is this feels like it's a good idea. I appreciate you, the Urban Renewal District, bringing it to us. Let's make sure that we're going above and beyond, doing the Meridian way, being premier when it comes to engaging our stakeholders in this area. I want to hear from them. I want them to be excited about this too. This really is a good project for Meridian. They're a good project for the URD. Let's hear from the people that are going to be impacted directly.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Trey, I would, first of all, Councilman Burnt, I would like to hear Ashley's thoughts on the statement that you just made before we get off this meeting. And also, I'm actually having the same challenge that Councilwoman Strader's having, but in regard to the Linder Overpass URD and trying to understand the purpose of needing to go all the way over to 10 Mile and include some of those western parcels and how that really ties into a need for the Linder Road overpass. So I don't want to take this meeting too long. However, that's definitely a question I would like answered before. In general, I'm on board with agreeing to proceed to get the information, to hear more, really eager to hear more about some more detail on the thoughts and plans on these. But I'm trying to really wrap my head around the Linder overpass piece of this.
Mr. Mayor, is that Ashley's question, or is that who would you like?
Ashley or Cameron or myself on the Linder one, either one of us, but
Okay.
any takers, Cameron, Ashley?
I'll go first. How about that, Mayor? Good question, Councilwoman Perot. So this district, as was mentioned, is very specific to the construction of the overpass. And so, again, this is going to be work done down the road, but the eyeball test says in order to generate the TIF necessary to create that, to pay for that overpass, we would need a certain level of investment. And so that's why this area in particular was outlined. If we shortchange that and we don't generate the TIF, then that becomes another discussion for council. But turn it back to you, Mayor, if further comment.
Yeah, and what I would add from that standpoint is we know about specific investment that is beginning in that area, in some of the areas that are not annexed. And that will likely spur additional annexation or additional potential. But the stuff that is already annexed, that property owner is very interested in trying to find the right project to bring. So it's about potential and opportunity and really who would be benefited by that. And if part of our argument for the Linder Road overpass is it reduces congestion on 10 Mile, those businesses or those that where that part of the overland 10 Mile is potentially has investment or development opportunity, it will help serve their needs long-term as well.
And hi, Ashley Squires for the record, Meridian Development Corporation. I'm the executive director, 104 East Fairview Avenue, Suite 239 here in Meridian. Thank you for having me this evening. If I understand Councilmember Perot's question, it was in regards to the public involvement. So I just want to clarify first, that's exactly what she was inquiring about.
Thank you. Specifically, I'm inquiring about, I guess I did read the memo. I want to get your overall take on, with Northern Gateway specifically, I want to get your overall take on, how do I specify my question? Basically just to address, just give us if you would generally address the concerns that have been presented is essentially what I'd like you to do. I want to hear directly from you about the conversation that we're having.
Well, thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure I understood the question fully. Northern Gateway is within two sub areas of our destination downtown plan that you as the city council adopted back in 2010. One of those districts is actually known as the Northern Gateway. The other is known as Washington and Maine. There are very specific projects that are laid out within that plan that quite simply our agency just has not had the time or the resources to be able to put into. Our focus has been on the downtown core, otherwise known as Old Town. And, I've reminded some of the council members over the years, those key increment building years happened during the recession. In fact, when I started this position almost 11 years ago, the first couple of years, we actually regressed in what increment we received to be able to do projects. It's only coming forth now in the last couple of years that we've been able to partner with developers such as Old Town Lofts and coming with, Galena for Union 93. We're just finally getting to that point. And unfortunately, our life cycle is expiring in 2026. So there's a lot of work that's left undone per destination downtown for that Northern Gateway. There's also a lot more opportunity now than there was 10 years ago as well, in terms of parcel assemblages, utility work, as was mentioned, but also from a transportation network. We had a conversation with this council a couple of weeks ago in a work session. And, from that moment, I've been engaging consultants and putting together schedules and working with those who can help us get to the finish line by the end of this year for this new URD that is being proposed. The boundary that you have seen tonight simply is going to change. It is going to be refined, but that was our best guess about a little over a year ago. Based on what we saw as some of the opportunities, we now know more opportunities, more potential projects. We have engaged Don Kostelek and Chris Stanley, who are transportation and pedestrian planners. And they know Meridian very, very well, as they have conducted a number of assessments for your community. We actually have a kickoff meeting with them on Friday because MDC has contracted with them directly to help us define what the important projects are within this area, and to also help inform what this boundary actually should be. They're looking at those opportunities for the for East 3rd Street, heading north, and making that key connection from Franklin to Fairview that has been in your plans for a number of years. We've also had some very key conversations with Coal Valley Christian and their property holdings and some other folks who are very interested in investing in downtown. It just doesn't make financial sense for them at this time. And so what we're hoping to be able to bring to you is a solid project. I think it's going to be rooted in Destination Downtown. I think we all feel that there's a lot of good work that is still very valuable now. But we're going to build on that and bring you a project or a project area with a list of projects that we think are feasible to obtain in the next 20 years or so. And so at any time during this process, if any of the council members have a question or concerns or input, we are open to that. There will be a robust public involvement component. We wanted to get the thumbs up tonight to be able to start moving forward on these efforts. If we get that this evening, then we're going to start sketching out what that looks like. And again, we will keep you informed with regular updates. You have great staff with Cameron and Tori. I'm happy to be present at your meetings as often as possible and as often as you want to see me. So I hope that answers your question, and thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ashley. And I know that there's the outstanding question that Councilwoman Schrader kind of put out there, and I don't know there's a good answer, honestly. How many projects in downtown Meridian or downtown Boise would not have happened were it not for urban renewal? I don't know that we can really ever quantify that. You know, you can quantify how many of them happened with urban renewal, but absent it, what would or would not have happened? Those are tough questions, and it is a somewhat of a gut feel in terms of the view and approach. But maybe that's something that Ashley, you may be able to sit down with Councilwoman Schrader and talk a little bit more about that from even your knowledge of CCDC and what has occurred over there through their years. You know, because it's still an evolving process. I don't know what that looks like, but I do want to be respectful of our next item because we have the chief here to get into executive session. Council, is there anything else we need to specifically state on this item at this time? Or I feel like there's general agreement towards moving forward.
Good step forward
On these. And I'll let Cameron address the other issue offline.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Barrett.
the only other issue I believe that they're looking for is in regard to whether or not the community center is involved with the RFP or not. And I think that's somewhat of an important aspect of this discussion as well. I can give my thoughts, but I think we need to spend a couple of minutes discussing that. I think that Ashley and Cameron and Tori are looking for that direction as well.
That's why I was hoping that Cameron could just work with each of the people offline from get an answer if he felt like he's done that or has not.
I'm not sure if he has or hasn't, to be honest with you. I mean, I have my thoughts and opinions about it that can be shared now or offline. Flavor from Cameron.
Mr. Mayor, if there's a will of the body, that would be very helpful because we do want to make that update to the RFP tomorrow as a group and then submit it to the clerk so you guys can all review that RFP next week if we can make it happen. That would be our goal, to get it back to you.
Would it be possible to amend this onto the agenda after our next element, or is our police chief able to stay through the next meeting? I just want to be respectful because I think that's honestly a more timely need, the other conversation, rather than this at this exact moment. But he can stay, so if you want to keep going, you can keep going.
Well, I think that time is of the essence, and I just want to make sure, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Councilman Burke.
I just think that time is of the essence to make this decision, and so I think that I think it's important, unfortunately, and I understand the chief and his time. I fully respect what he, why he's here, and I apologize, the chief, but I think it's important that we have discussion as far as the community center is involved. My thought process is when I think of downtown Meridian, I think of entertainment, I think of livelihood, a catalyst that brings people downtown. To make a long story short, I just don't know if that, to make that happen, I just personally don't know if that includes the community center. I believe that, there are other options downtown that we could, develop and build a community center on our own property. And we have some other options that we can discuss at a later date. I think it's been noted that community center in a previous RFP really didn't make much sense. And it would be my opinion to take, I think you either need to leave it in or you need to leave it out. And if those are if those are the two options, then my thought process would be to create an RFP that's going to really make a difference in downtown Meridian. And I think that we can, in doing that, we take the community center out and try to find a way to make a community center a different catalyst than in the RFP. That would be my 2 cents.
And
Mr.
from my 2 cents, I'll play the other side of this coin, is that to me, the in or out is the in would mean you're welcome to submit it if you want to, not a requirement, as an option, or leave it out. I don't think that anyone's talking about leaving it in as a requirement for the submittal, but I believe that giving options is better than having no options, because quite frankly, if someone wants to come forward with a project where the community center is the shining star of it, and they can make that happen with our financial investment in the property, I don't want to eliminate that as an opportunity. That's really what it would. I look at it as the community center being if you want to do it, it's a potential opportunity as compared to not. Councilman Schrader or Councilman Kavner, either one of you.
Sure.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I am in agreement to leave the RFP open if someone wants to offer it and they can build it viably. I think that's a good idea. I guess I take the the opposite side of the fact that I'm open-minded about reviewing the RFPs. I'm also open-minded about the Gateway District. If our consultant and studies come back and it's a great opportunity, I'm open to that. I guess I'm looking at it like, if we're giving up our existing community center and we're giving up a park, we better get something really special back. I am holding a pretty high bar for what I need to see in an RFP to make this worthwhile. So that's my 2 cents.
I think hopefully we all agree with that last statement, very much so.
Agreed.
Councilman Kavner?
No, I think Councilman Strader hit the nail on the head. Nothing to say further. If they want to include it, great. But if it's not, it better be a true catalyst project that can be achieved.
Councilman Hoagland?
Mr. Mayor, I think you stated it well. Let's see what the options are, see what comes before us, and then we can make that decision. So leave it open and see what happens.
Councilman Farrell?
I'm going to mostly agreeing with you, but I'm going to state it in a little bit different way, and that is I would prefer not to have the requirement for a community center in the RFP. So if that means that we're leaving it open, then that means we're leaving it open, but I don't want it to specifically be required in the RFP.
I think that's what we were saying. No, there's no requirement that they submit one. It's up to them whether they want to include it or not. Okay. All right. We have our direction from that standpoint. So council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061F.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kavanagh,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and we are in executive session. How are you? Do I have any other council members present so we can come out of executive session?
I think you're just stuck with me right now, Mayor.
Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second, come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
I have a motion, a second, to adjourn the meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. Council, looks like we'll be starting in about a minute or two.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor or Treg?
Jessica back in.
I don't know if you can hear me. I think Liz is trying to get into the meeting.
I'm here.
Oh,
Just
great.
now.
Thanks. I didn't know if they could hear me, and I'm glad to hear you're in.
All right, we do have a quorum. So with that, council, I will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is April 13th, 2021 at 6:02 PM. We will begin this evening's city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Can we do a quick mic check from one of our remote council members while we adjust the audio here in the room?
Jessica, can
Hello?
you hear us?
We can hear you.
Testing, testing.
Very well.
Do you
Yeah,
hear
we-
me?
we are-
Yep.
Give us a second.
Here we go. What about now? Liz, can you hear us?
I can hear you great.
Here we go.
Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
us?
can hear you now. We're good. Okay. Moving on. Our next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd all rise and please join us in the pledge. Our next item on the agenda is the community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by Pastor Hankey with Valley Life Christian Church. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Benny?
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, it's a joy and blessing to continue to be present with you this evening. Would you join me in praying? Father God, we thank you for the opportunity to continue the work of the city. And this evening, I pray that you might grant wisdom, discernment, and peace to each of the members of our city council. God, we pray especially for those who work to serve our city as first responders. God, both in the medical field, God, in law enforcement, in all areas. God, would you keep them safe and give them the same wisdom and discernment to lead in a servant-like manner. God, we pray for the citizens of the city. Would they continue to exist in harmony with one another, seeking to care for and love their neighbors as themselves. We lift up the work of the city to you, God, and ask that it might be done in a manner that would glorify your name. It's through the Savior, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Next item is our adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
there are no changes to the agenda, so I make a motion to adopt the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I,
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we have one person signed in, a Garrett Blackner, wishing to speak about roads.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Blackner, if you come forward, state your name and address for the record, you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Garrett Blackner. I live at 1912 Northwest 12th Street in Meridian. A lot of people are moving to Idaho because we wanted to get away from big traffic, high density housing, and all the stuff that comes along with a huge impacted city. Each week I'm looking at the agendas and I just see more and more plats, and they're all medium to high density, which brings a lot of people in one area. But also what I don't see in that is a lot of talk about roads and making roads wider. A couple weekends ago, we had a nice, good weekend. We were congested everywhere, driving around. So, as Corona goes away and we get back to normal, this is just going to continue to get worse and worse. And I have been following the state, and they just did pass a House Bill 326, whereas it's the transportation fund, and they added an extra 30 million. But when I dig down into this and you look at where all this money is going, it's not just going to roads, it's going to computers, it's going to 2% raise to employees. So this money is not going to just widening all the roads. And so my major question is, other than, I don't think we could rely on that to make sure that our city doesn't get to be LA, just get impacted and sitting in traffic. Do we have any plan to get these roads wider at a city level? And if we do have a plan, does that plan involve raising our taxes? And that's just kind of what I wanted to have a question about. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Garrett.
Yeah, my office will follow up with you to have a direct conversation, just so you're educated and knowledgeable about what we are and are not doing. And if there's a further conversation from council, we'll let you know. Thank you. Okay, with that, we will move on to our next item, which is a proclamation for Meridian High School Wrestling State Champions Day. So I'll go down to the podium and hopefully we can get the team into the room if they want to.
Mr. Mayor, as you're turning the podium, I'll just take the mic and just say a few quick words. This is back to back that my alma mater is here to be honored for a state championship. So, I can be proud of that. And Meridian High School has had a great tradition of strong wrestling programs over the years. So I just like the fact that we just have a great competitive team. You know, you can't always win the championship, but you want to be in the running. And fortunately, this year, these young men got the job done. So it's exciting. And I like seeing that blue and gold. So
It's cool to see them all coming in. This is
I
awesome.
agree, Councilman Holger. I
Hear,
agree.
hear.
It's awesome.
Come on up. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I like the size of this group a lot better than the basketball team. I feel more at home, just so we're clear. Yeah, absolutely. You got a few taller ones, but this is more my crowd from that standpoint. While as you were walking in, Councilman Hoagland, who was a Meridian High School graduate, was just making a few comments. And it's great to see the Warriors coming in for these proclamations. This is our second one in the last few weeks. I have no doubt there'll be many more for the Warriors over the coming decade. It's a great time to be an athlete in the Meridian High School system, or in the West Ada school system, but in the city of Meridian especially. So what we're going to do is we've got a proclamation here that we're going to read. Now what we'd love to do is have each of you come forward and state your name, your weight class, and your year, just so we can put it on the record that you were here. The proclamation, there's a second proclamation which will be entered into the record, which has everyone's name in it as well. So if you ever want to come back, you know, the school won't let you in, so you can't go and see the trophy. You can always come here or look it up online and show your kids someday from that perspective. And then Coach, we'd love to have say a few words about the team for everybody as well, probably before they come up and each state their name into the record. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and read a proclamation. Whereas being a Meridian High School wrestler is more than scoring points, escapes, takedowns, pins, and achieving state titles. It is training to build leadership, character, confidence, teamwork, and resilience. All traits need to succeed on the mat, in the classroom, and in the real world. And whereas the Meridian Warrior Wrestling Team qualified 29 wrestlers for state, and 16 of them finished on the medal stand. And whereas their hard work racked up 324 points, finishing 70 points ahead of CUNA with 250 points in second place to bring home the 2021 State Wrestling Championship trophy. And whereas the Meridian Warriors steamrolled the competition in pursuit of the first state wrestling championship title since 1987. And whereas the leadership, training, and discipline of their coaches helped all team members to focus their talents, passion, and determination to become a winning team, with each player making valuable contributions to their victory. Therefore, I, Mayor Robert E. Simpson, hereby proclaim April 13, 2021 as Meridian High School Wrestling State Champions Day in the city of Meridian, and call upon the community to join me in congratulating the Meridian High Warriors on the remarkable athletic achievement and for representing Meridian so proudly in the state tournament, dated this 13th day of April, 2021. With that, I hand a round of applause for these fine young men. Coach, if you'd like to come forward.
All right. Well, I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm beyond proud of what these kids accomplished this year, and it's been a long time coming. They said last time we won it was 1987, and I was 4 months old. So, yeah, what these guys accomplished, it's pretty awesome because it took a whole army, and these kids have put in a lot of unglorified hours behind the scenes, lifting weights, running, drilling, going to camps, and for them to see the fruits of their labors, pretty amazing. So very proud of them.
Like the year I graduated? All right, all right. Forrest Ewing, I'm a junior and I graduate 2022. And I wrestled 126. I'm Carson Gooley, freshman, and I wrestled at 220.
My name is Caden Fricks. I'm 160 and I'm a junior.
My name is Cade White. I'm 138 pounds and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Jason Barr. I wrestled 126 and I'm a freshman.
I'm Lucas Ewing. I wrestle 98 pounds and I'm a freshman.
My name is Rock Dixon. I'm a senior and I wrestled at 195 pounds.
Isaiah Twait, 170, sophomore.
My name's Caleb Smith. I wrestled 182 pounds and I'm a senior.
My name's Zach Kimes. I'm a junior and I wrestled 113 pounds.
My name's Jaden Hunsaker. I wrestled 132 and I'm a senior.
My name is Matthew Papa. I wrestled 113 and I'm a freshman.
My name is Jacob Gomez. I'm a senior and I wrestled 120.
My name's Tanner Papa. Wrestled 145. I'm a senior.
My name is Brigham Arnold. I'm a sophomore and I wrestled 195s.
I'm Lucas Sears. I'm a junior and I wrestled 152.
I'm Jason Lee. I wrestled 182 and I'm a junior.
I'm Dallas Merritt. I wrestled 285 and I'm a junior.
My name's Caden Aruda. I wrestled 170 and I'm a senior.
I'm Kellen Kolka. I was 98 and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Parker Mack. I wrestle 152 and I'm a junior.
My name's Tristan Smiley and I wrestled 138 and I was a sophomore.
My name is Broden Sonata. I'm a junior and I wrestled 145.
My name is Tegan Dickerson. I'm a junior and I wrestled 106.
All right, we're ready one more time for your 2021 state championship wrestlers. We're going to get in front of the podium and do a group picture, and we do have some City of Meridian. In front of the podium, we have some City of Meridian pins.
Don't get too wild with it. Can I stand in front of Tyson?
Why don't you give me sizes? Okay.
All right, council, with that, we will move on to our public hearings for the evening. First item up is a public hearing that was continued from February 23rd, 2021 for Prescott Ridge, H 2020-0047. And I will ask staff, ask Sonia if there's any comments at this point in time, any additional comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, no comments from staff at this time.
Okay. Is the applicant here to make any comments? Madam Clerk, could you turn the podium around, or maybe, I'm sure Stephanie remembers how to do it. There's a little. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
And say your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Stephanie Hopkins with KM Engineering, 5725 North Discovery Way in Meridian, Idaho. I don't have anything too new to add since the last time around. I think we'd determined that we were going to cover just new information. So I do have my presentation and some other things if you'd like to go through that. I know that we're kind of still talking about legislation. There's some stuff that's involved with that too. So I don't know if there's, I've been kind of watching other council meetings and I'm familiar that you've continued a couple projects on the basis of that. But if there's anything further you'd like to discuss or questions, or if we do want to hear this project tonight, I'm happy to answer questions.
Council, any questions, additional information, or direction? Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, Stephanie, it's totally up to you. We're never going to tell you that it's not appropriate for you to say what you need to say and present what you think you need to present. We'll punt to you, and if that's whatever you would like to do this evening.
Sure.
But you were right on with our past comments about continuation, and so I think it's probably going to continue.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt, I think the only new thing that's really happened, we saw an email that came through from one of the adjacent neighbors
Right.
that it talked about access points. And so we're currently working with our development team to try to figure out how we could maybe have alternatives that we'll present to you. One of those, a couple of those would be through the subdivision that we're proposing. So through the southwest corner, the cul-de-sac, and then aligning the back edge road in a way that maybe would appeal to the neighbors in a way that wouldn't be through Serenity Lane. So I think Serenity Lane and the medical campus were the main things that we kind of left on the table from the last discussion. And I mean, I think my understanding in talking with staff and kind of just through watching the previous meetings is that a continuation tonight might have been the way that council is going. But if we would like to have this open and to have the discussion, and if you feel like you might make a determination tonight, I'm happy to talk through those things about Serenity Lane and the medical campus.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
we could possibly, continue keeping that portion open so that we can have those further discussions if that's what you desire.
Sure, that sounds great. Thank you. So I don't know if I have a flash drive and I can kind of load it onto the computer if you'd like. Once Adrian gets that loaded up, I'll kind of talk through what we were talking about with the access via Serenity Lane, but I won't bore you with more of the or some of the details that we've already discussed a couple times over as far as what the project is composed of.
Mr. Mayor, it's just going to take me a few minutes to get the presentation queued for you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
if this is an issue getting pulled up and we're having some problems with it, I mean, Stephanie, are you opposed to just talking more about this when you guys come back at a later date?
Sure. Yeah, I'm Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt. I think that that's probably reasonable. The PowerPoint I was going to pull up is actually from the last time around.
Oh.
I'm just going to show you roughly where those access points are. We were talking about possibly proposing if Serenity Lane isn't going to be a viable option. So, but that, yeah, would probably be a discussion that could be had at the later date.
Mr. Mayor, Stephanie, the challenge is that the presentation is contained in the meeting minutes
Oh,
and
darn.
not as an individual presentation. It doesn't look like we still have it saved as an individual
Darn.
presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Adrian. I think for some reason it didn't save on that flash drive. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, what I'm sensing is we are going to be continuing this item for a couple of reasons. It is a public hearing. And we do have at least, I can tell, one person online. I want to make sure we give those that have come in this evening an opportunity to make comment if they would like, in case they are not able to make it to whatever date we choose to continue to it. So Madam Clerk, did we have anybody sign up to testify specifically?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. Well, if you would like to provide any comments, knowing that this hearing is going to be continued, if you could use the raise your hand feature or raise your hand here in the audience, and can ask you to come forward, but we will continue this to another date. Not seeing anybody, excuse me, raise their hand or come forward. With that, council, would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we would continue Prescott Ridge H 2020-0047 until May 18th.
Second.
I have a motion second to continue this item until May 18th. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are continuing until May 18th.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephanie. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you guys.
Next item on the agenda is another continued public hearing from March 9th, 2021 for Schaefer View Terrace, H 2020-0117. Before we see if there's any staff comments, I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just council, before we get started, is just a quick reminder. I was absent on the March 9th meeting, although I was able to watch the proceedings from home via YouTube. I wasn't active in participating in the meeting, though I've watched that meeting. I've reviewed the minutes. It's likely that we may be continuing this one as well, but just wanted to note it for the record that I have reviewed everything and prepared to be involved in the conversation should one exist.
Thank you, Councilman. With that, I will turn this over to Sonia for any staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff has no comments.
Is the applicant here this evening?
Yes, this is Mary Wall with Brecken Land Design.
Thank you. If you state your name and address for the record.
It's Mary Wall, 5636 North Portsmouth Avenue in Boise.
Do you have any additional comments you'd like to add at this time?
I do not. We would like to continue the hearing until the May 11th City Council meeting.
Council President, how does that look?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. On May 11th, we have 3 public hearings, it looks like. Am I looking at that correctly, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt, that is correct.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
we this evening we moved to continue a previous item to May 18th. So we now have 2 scheduled for that date. We do have only one scheduled for the 25th. My recommendation would most likely be the 18th or the 25th. those work for the applicant.
We would prefer as soon as possible. So the 18th, please.
The 18th was being proposed by the applicant and one of the options.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important to a certain degree that we're somewhat cognitive of these folks, and it's really not their fault that we're having this discussion right now, and I think the 18th is fine. I do feel like if going forward, if this is continuing to go out, I wouldn't be opposed to having a special meeting to address some of these issues so that we're not backlogging multiple continued hearings along with current applications that are just going through the process. And so I don't know if that's a discussion that we need to have right now at this very exact time. We do have some, I wouldn't be opposed to putting it on the 18th, but maybe the mayor and I maybe we should have this discussion about what that looks like going forward.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would move that we continue the public hearing for Schaefer View Terrace, H 2020-0117 until May 18th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. And we'll see you back here next month. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing for TM Center 10 Mile Crossing, H 2020-0074. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments and turn it over to Sonia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not seeing my presentation. Give me just a moment, please. All right. There we go. The next applications before you are a request for a development agreement modification, a rezone, and a preliminary plat. This site proposed for the subdivision consists of 132.42 acres of land. It's zoned R40 and CG, located east of South 10 Mile Road and south of West Franklin Road. The proposed plat encompasses land that was annexed with the 10 Mile Center, 10 Mile Creek East, Calnon, and Bainbridge Franklin projects. The comprehensive plan future land use map designations are mixed use commercial, mixed use residential, high density residential, and medium high density residential. A development agreement modification is requested to terminate all existing agreements in the 10 Mile Crossing development area in favor of one master agreement to govern future development of the overall area. The proposal includes a request for adoption of project-specific design guidelines to supersede those in the 10 Mile interchange-specific area plan, which includes deviations from certain goals and guidelines, including decreased floor area ratios, different street and streetscape designs, landscape and architectural design elements, and site development standards, including an increase in height in the CG zoning district of up to 100 feet to allow for 6-story buildings. And I'm going to just let the applicant go into more detail on this rather than being repetitive tonight, and move on to the other requests, because I know they have quite a presentation on this. The applicant is requesting a rezone of 40.98 acres of land from the R40, CC, and CG zoning district, 3.9 acres from TNC and CG to R40, 0.65 of an acre from R8 and TNC to CG, and 0.53 of an acre from TNC to CG. The smaller areas proposed to be zoned CG will clean up the zoning in this area where it's irregular and doesn't follow parcel lines and/or proposed streets. The area proposed to be rezoned to R40 south of the 10 Mile Creek will be an extension of the R40 zoning that exists to the west and will allow for the development of additional multifamily residential uses with conditional use approval. The proposed zoning and use is consistent with the underlying mixed-use residential future land use designation. The target density for this designation is 8 to 12 units per acre. The future land use designation of the abutting property to the west is high-density residential, which allows for multifamily residential uses at a target density of 16 to 25 dwelling units per acre. Future land use designations are not parcel specific, and an adjacent abutting designation, when appropriate and approved as part of a public hearing with a land development application, may be used. Because the high-density residential designation allows for a higher density, staff recommends this designation apply to future development of this property, since the density will be higher than 12 units per acre if apartments are developed on the site similar to those to the west in TM Creek East apartments. Future development of this property is currently governed by the existing development agreements for 10 Mile Center and Calnon. Conceptual development plans were not approved for these projects other than a conceptual street layout for the 10 Mile Center property. The larger area to be rezoned to CG between Franklin Road and the 10 Mile Creek is designated on the future land use map as mostly mixed-use commercial, with approximately a quarter of the area on the west end as high-density residential. As noted, because the future land use map is not parcel specific and allows for abutting designations to govern, staff recommends the abutting mixed-use commercial designation to the east apply and govern future development of the western portion of this site. The proposed CG zoning district is an appropriate zoning choice for the mixed-use commercial designation, which allows for a variety of uses, including commercial, vertically integrated residential, live work, employment, entertainment, office, and multifamily. Future development of this property is currently governed by the existing development agreements for TM Creek East and Calnon. Conceptual development plans were not approved for these projects. The applicant submitted a conceptual land use plan, as shown, to ensure a mix of uses from each major land use category. Commercial, residential, and employment are provided as set forth in the 10 Mile plan in accord with the provisions of the annexation. A preliminary plat is proposed consisting of 83, which consists of 74 commercial and 9 high-density residential buildable lots and 2 common lots on 132.42 acres of land in the R40 and CG zoning districts. The plat is proposed to develop in 6 phases as shown. Phase 1, consisting of multifamily residential apartments in TM Creek East on lot 16, block 3, is currently under construction and almost completed. No development has occurred on the remainder of the site. Phase 2 commenced last year with the completion of Wayfinder from Vanguard to Cobalt between the existing roundabouts. The development of phases 3 through 6 may vary in area and sequence based on the product need and market demand. The proposed common lots will contain the 10 Mile Creek corridor, which includes a 10-foot wide segment of the city's multi-use pathway, and the relocated Bond Lateral, which will be deeded to an MID. There are no existing structures on this site. Wayfinder Avenue in the western portion of Cobalt in front of the TM Creek East apartments has already been constructed outside of the subdivision process and are not consistent with the street sections designated in the street section map in the 10 Mile plan. However, they do comply with ACHD standards and have been approved by ACHD. These street sections were constructed as standard street sections with 2 travel lanes, a center turn lane, bike lanes, and no on-street parking. South Vanguard Way from 10 Mile Road to the roundabout at the southwest corner of the site was approved and constructed with the TM Crossing development to the south. The eastern portion of Cobalt to New Market and Benchmark and the extension of New Market Benchmark from Franklin Road to the southern boundary of the site is proposed with the subject plat and has not yet been constructed. Staff recommends New Market and Benchmark is constructed as a residential collector street in accord with street section D in the plan, with on-street parking along both sides of the street. Staff did discuss this with ACHD and they are supportive of this design. Because Cobalt is already partially constructed, staff did not recommend any changes to that street. There are 2 driveway accesses proposed via Franklin Road with the plat. One to the east and one to the west of New Market and Benchmark. These accesses require a waiver to UDC 11383, which limits access points to arterial streets unless otherwise approved by council. A cross-access ingress-egress easement is required between all non-residential lots within the subdivision. And those proposed accesses, if you can see on the landscape plan, are right here via Franklin. The commission heard these items on March 18th. At the hearing, the commission moved to recommend approval of the subject requests. Summary of the commission hearing: John Wardle and David Turnbull for Brighton Corporation testified in favor. There was no one that offered testimony in opposition or commented on the application. Written testimony was received from Doug Thompson. Key issues of public testimony: no public testimony other than the applicant's presentation was presented. Key issues of discussion by the commission were as follows. They would like to see a central common open space and site amenity area. They had a desire for pedestrian scale lights to be provided along walkways. Desire for the developer to follow the use plan submitted to ensure a mix of uses is developed as desired. They were concerned that it may not be appropriate to extend building height limit up to 100 feet in the overall CG zoning district, and that certain areas may not be appropriate for buildings that tall, for example, adjacent to Franklin and 10 Mile roads. The applicant's request for additional driveway accesses via Franklin Road. And finally, the commission was generally in favor of the proposed design guidelines for the development that are part of the development agreement modification request. The commission made the following changes to the staff recommendation. The applicant should work with staff prior to the council meeting to identify specific areas where buildings could extend up to 100 feet in height and provide a conceptual diagram for council to consider. Consider the areas south of Cobalt and west to Benchmark Avenue for those taller buildings. These areas should provide significant buffering between future residential uses and neighboring roadways. The applicant and staff did meet to discuss this and agreed that leaving flexibility in this area may be the best option. If council disagrees, condition A, 1A3 should be amended accordingly. The council should follow the bubble plan concept presented at the hearing as they move forward with their concept plans. And finally, the commission wanted to see some sort of significant central amenity added to the concept plan for the project, whether it be an amphitheater, a plaza, or a park, and that they might seek assistance from the Urban Renewal Agency or work with council on what that amenity might look like. Outstanding issues for City Council tonight are as follows. The council should determine if a waiver to the standards in UDC 11383 is appropriate for the proposed driveway accesses via Franklin Road in the absence of a conceptual development plan for this area. After the commission hearing, staff did meet with the applicant to discuss the commission recommendation and go over the applicant's requested changes to the new development agreement provisions in the staff report. In response to the applicant's letter to council dated April 5th, requesting modifications to the development agreement provisions based on the discussion with staff, staff is in general agreement with the changes if City Council supports the proposed amendment as follows. Replacement of references to the guidelines in the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan with the 10 Mile crossing design guidelines. If council approves the proposed design guidelines, replacement of these references is appropriate. Removal of the requirement for pedestrian scale lighting to be provided along the adjacent arterial frontages and internal collector streets, and change the pathway location from the north to the south side of the creek. Pedestrian scale lighting exists along Wayfinder Avenue north of the creek. Because the applicant proposes extra street lights along internal collector streets, which nearly double that required, staff feels this should provide adequate lighting for pedestrians if council agrees. Modifications to the timing of the provisions requiring the final platting of the property prior to issuance of building permits or CZC to issuance of certificates of occupancies instead. Staff is amenable to this change for consistency with past approvals for previous phases. Removal of the requirements for buildings along 10 Mile Road to address the street with windows overlooking the pathway and a minimum building setback of 50 feet to allow 35 feet instead, consistent with UDC standards for entryway corridors. Because of the 6 to 8 foot drop in grade from the road, it is not feasible for the first floor of structures to overlook the pathway. The 35-foot wide setback is consistent with that on the northern portion of the site in TM Creek. The current DA provision, as written, allows building heights up to 100 feet in all areas without restrictions or further application. The commission directed the applicant to work with staff, as mentioned, to identify specific areas where this would be allowed and provide a conceptual diagram for council to consider. They felt taller buildings should only be allowed in certain areas. Staff and the applicant, as I mentioned, discussed this and felt it may be better to leave flexibility in this area and a caveat that significant buffering between future residential uses and neighborhood roadways should be provided. Removal of the requirement for a pedestrian connection to be provided across the creek in TM Creek, west of Wayfinder and north of Cobalt, if approval can be obtained from Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. Because there is a NMID access road along the north side of the creek, NMID will not allow pedestrian access in that area. The existing drive aisle and 2 streets over the creek with pedestrian walkways alongside should provide adequate pedestrian connectivity over the creek. Inclusion of the proposed future land use map, percentage designations, and conceptual land use plan as exhibits in the development agreement and requirement for development compliance is agreeable to staff to ensure compliance with land use goals in this area in lieu of a requirement to modify the development agreement to include a more detailed conceptual development plan in the future. Staff is generally supportive of the land uses proposed to the extent that they're allowed in the district per the UDC. In regard to the preliminary plat condition A4 pertaining to design features proposed for complete streets, the applicant proposes to provide sidewalks, bike lanes, wide shoulders, bus stops, refuge medians on all legs of the roundabouts, crosswalks where the multi-use pathway along the creek crosses roadways, on-street parking along Wayfinder north of the creek and along South Sentinel Lane and West Excursion Lane, internal private streets, sidewalk bulb outs in residential areas for traffic calming, and street furnishings consisting of benches, flower pots, trees and wells, hardscape areas for widened sidewalk corridor within the development per the proposed design guidelines and requests removal of this condition. If council determines additional features should be required, such as additional crosswalks, refuge medians, bus pullouts, special bus lanes, raised crosswalks, audible pedestrian signals, additional sidewalk bulb outs, additional on-street parking, etc., a condition requiring such should be included. Staff recommends on-street parking is provided along Benchmark Avenue. The applicant is not in agreement with this recommendation and requests a modification to condition 2D as follows. South Newmark Avenue, Benchmark Avenue shall be constructed with 2 travel lanes, bike lanes, parallel parking south of 10 Mile Creek on the east side of the street, adjacent to future medium density residential development, if allowed by ACHD at preliminary platting of that area. 8-foot wide parkways and detached sidewalks and pathways consistent with the 10 Mile Crossing design guidelines, the development agreement, pathways master plan, and pathways plan for this site. The first 200 feet of south of Franklin Road on New Market is not allowed to have on-street parking per the ACHD report to allow for right and left turn lanes. Written testimony since the commission hearing was received from Mike Wardle, Brighton Development. It was a letter dated April 5th. Staff did issue a memo to the mayor and council in response to that letter. You should have that in your packets. Written testimony was also received again from Doug Thompson. Basically the same letter he submitted for the commission hearing. He's not in favor of the 10 Mile interchange specific area plan being further altered, not in favor of the proposed rezone, and not in favor of the proposed building height above 4 to 5 stories. That's all that staff has. If stand for any questions. I believe the applicant will have a pretty lengthy presentation though, which may answer some questions, so may want to wait on that.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, thank you very much. With that, I thought I saw, yes, there we go. John, you are recognized for 15 minutes.
Mayor and council, give me just 1 second to pull up a presentation. So, but I did, for the record, my name is John Wardle. My address is 2929 West Navigator, Suite 400, Meridian, Idaho 83642. Just want to confirm you can see my screen. Perfect, thank you. Mr. Mayor, and before I start, I'm wondering how often you've used the word steamrolled in official proclamations, because that was epic, seeing all of those young men and those that support that wrestling team. So I'm glad to see their recognition. Thank you, Sonia, for the overview tonight. Mayor and Council, we appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you tonight. On the surface, the applications may simply look like a rezone, preliminary plat, and approval of access points, but there's a lot more to this, as I'll get into here shortly. These applications also include DA modification and design guidelines for the entire area. We have submitted, in addition to the applications, 10-mile crossing design guidelines. You see there's a staff report and memo, applicant requests, and Planning and Zoning Commission unanimous approval to you as well. These applications now integrate a cohesive vision for 308 acres through the adoption of specific design guidelines, concurrent with a unified development agreement instead of 5 separate DAs. The genesis of our application tonight really relates around the 10-mile interchange specific area plan that some of you are familiar with, some of you maybe not. So I wanted to get into a little bit of background on this. The TMI SAP was created through a public process that included property owners, citizens, developers, professionals, agencies, and elected officials to provide input. However, in our opinion, developer input was not given adequate consideration based on market acceptance. There were workshops, agency meetings, and public hearings to create a vision for a major community asset that had at that time been generally undeveloped. The TMI SAP was adopted in June 2007 with practical and aspirational goals, as well as a directive to implement the plan and achieve results. Just a couple excerpts here from the plan regarding implementation. The city encourages developers and key landowners to take the initiative and bring forward detailed design guidelines. The city could look beyond the existing development regulations to new development provisions. By the development of new provisions such as new zoning districts, overlay districts, design guidelines, and development standards. And finally, it will require leadership on behalf of the city and a willingness to innovate and collaborate with all the players involved. Just a couple more quotes here. Developers are strongly encouraged to undertake these tasks. Developers are also encouraged to work together to prepare a set of design guidelines. And there's also an incentive potentially by the city to develop an expedited review process for projects that embrace this standard. So what do all these have as it relates to the project? 10-mile crossing, since its adoption, 10-mile that is, was adopted in 2007. As we all know that the commercial real estate market stalled and user demand shifted. This required a close evaluation of the plan and how best to move forward to secure end users, but create flexibility to adapt to more changes, including those to come, like COVID. It also presented opportunities to work with adjoining property owners. When Brighton and SCS began the process of development, we had 2 properties with entitlements. We had TM Creek, 40 acres on the corner, and we had TM Crossing, which was about 80 acres along Interstate I-84, both bounded by 10-mile road. Development finally commenced of those 2 projects in 2014, but an item that kept coming up was the ad hoc approach to planning a large area in interpretation of the TMI SAP. There's been a lot of effort, discussion, and maybe occasional frustration by both city staff and us, seemingly because site-specific actions were referencing back to general aspirational statements, no longer applicable, achievable in the market, or not responsive to current conditions. Additionally, we have seen seismic changes and a need to be flexible given COVID. In collaboration, we worked very closely with our adjoining property owners and neighbors to address land use with the Calanon property owners and with Treasure Valley Investments. We ultimately purchased those properties and so we could incorporate a complete vision for 308 acres. So this exhibit right here shows everything that we currently own out here: the Calanon property, the Bainbridge property, and Treasure Valley Investments. So all that is 308 acres. By assembling all these parcels together, we were able to achieve one of the goals of the plan, which was to work across property lines in a collaborative way. This has been a long time coming. We've actually started this process back in May 29th, 2020, when we had a pre-application with staff. And then we ultimately submitted a subdivision plan for TM Center, the area outlined here in yellow. However, there continued to be a discussion regarding what is the design standards, what's the vision for the area. So we set out trying to create a set of design standards. We hired Cushing Terrell to research, review, and create a draft study. So for the 10-mile crossing DA mod and design guidelines, we engaged city staff also a year ago to discuss a sub-area plan and project-specific guidelines. We had a pre-application in July. We had a second pre-application in November. Ultimately, we submitted applications in November, which included comp plan text amendments, combining 5 development agreements, a planned unit development, and zoning modifications. Ultimately, as the applications in front of you, those were reduced down to the DA modification to create a single DA for the entire project with design guidelines and zoning modifications. I want to spend just a few minutes talking through the design guidelines that we've created here. Again, going back 13 months, that's where this process began. It applies to all 308 acres. It provides a cohesive approach to all of this from a design perspective and would be the governing document that we would use to review all applications prior to them coming to the city of Meridian. In total, there's about 71 pages here, and don't expect you to review all of it, but we did spend quite a bit of time looking at the what should go into this. We've created a design review process. There are specific design guidelines, as well as a photo library showing examples of what the look and feel should be. And these are all based on projects that have been approved or will be approved in the future. Probably the thing that we are most proud about is coming up with a way to offload some of staff's time to review architecture for the project. So we have created in this document a design review board where all applications for all exterior improvements will come to us. We will review those, we will make comments back, and once we have approved those, then at that point they can come to the city. There will still need to be a CZC application submitted, but the design review part of it will be taken off the plate of staff and let them focus on other activities. Included in the site and the design guidelines, we have site and landscape elements. We have architectural elements that you'll see here in just a second. And we've also created a cohesive signage approach to all of 10 Mile Crossing. We've also identified locations in the project where additional architectural control needs to occur. These are highlighted here in red. And as we mentioned earlier, the flexibility to have taller buildings throughout the project should that demand be there. We have created complete roadway standards throughout 10 Mile Crossing. Here's 3 slides showing the public and private elements throughout the project with specific details on how those function. Those have all been reviewed with ACHD and have been approved by ACHD as they relate to public roadways. One of the things that I wanted to highlight here was the pathways and amenities for the project. This exhibit here lays out the public pathway system, which would be 8-foot to 10-foot regional and internal pathways. It also shows where we have detached sidewalks and some other landscaping elements that we propose here. In total, there will be 3.5 additional miles of public pathways created at the completion of 10 Mile Crossing. And this represents what that would be. One of the things that I note here as well, we have a star which is a future gathering plaza. That was requested by the P&Z Commission. We really feel like that future gathering plaza should look and feel and be integrated into the project, much like Generations Plaza is in downtown Meridian. We need flexibility to be able to design that in the future, but are making a commitment to do that at the request of Planning and Zoning Commission. Just a couple of more items here in the design guidelines. We have site and landscape elements so that they are cohesive throughout the project. Plantings, parking areas, exterior lightings, wall and service areas. We've also spent a lot of time looking at the form, scale, proportion, elements and details for commercial projects, mixed use flex projects, as well as residential multifamily projects. And like I mentioned, we've created an overall signage plan for the project detailing size and type of signs, both for monuments and pylons, as well as signage for buildings throughout the project. And the thing that we have spent a lot of time as well is on the photo library, which is included in our design guidelines of all of these things, including landscape elements and how this should look and feel. And these are actual pictures of the projects as they've been built to date. In summary, there were a few items that we wanted just to hit on a high level. The conceptual land use map, which I show here, the staff requested that we do create a bubble plan to show the type of uses that we can expect. We aren't getting into the granular details here because we do need flexibility, but we are making a commitment as to the type of uses that would be in the project. The future land use map, which I show here, there was a discussion with staff just recognizing or confirming that we were aware of the percentages that were allowed, the maximum percentages in the mixed use community and the mixed use residential. And yes, we do acknowledge that, and we do agree that that will, we can comply with that. Back to this, the design guidelines. This applies to all 308 acres. That's why we want a single development agreement that will pull this in as part of 10 Mile Crossing as a whole. The thing that is important on this is we will have an independent architectural review board, including outside architects, that will participate in this and be able to provide and maintain the high quality mixed use for this entire project. And like I said, this would be the overall vision for 10 Mile Crossing. This exhibit here just quickly shows the roads that have been complete, all predominantly to the west, and the future roadways that are going to be coming forth in the future. There was a discussion by Sonia about on-street parking on Benchmark. I can address that in more detail if you have questions. We are supportive of on-street parking related to the residential piece property that will come through to you in the future, but this portion of Benchmark very well could have on-street parking as it relates to that. But the other parts of Benchmark would be left just as they're currently designed with the collector status. Sonia mentioned this, but I wanted to highlight the 2 access points that we're asking for the City Council approve. This is a way to consolidate multiple access points into 2. Yes, there is an access point to the east with 12 Oaks, but candidly, it's poorly designed and substandard to provide adequate cross access. So we're asking for these 2 access points that we can internally circulate in and out, but we do have other collector roadways that will also provide internal cross access as well. On the pathways and amenities, I just wanted to highlight once again the pathway plan. One thing I kind of glossed over really quickly, but I want to come back and highlight it, is there are some red circles here on the pathway plan. At those locations, we intend to create plazas outside of the further gathering plaza internal to the project, but there will be plazas and seating areas here that as both residents and those that are employed out here have an opportunity to walk, to sit down, take a break, and then move on to wherever they need to go. But there will be designated points along all of these pathways where we will be putting these plazas and seating areas. And finally, we are going to be enhancing, let me go back to this one, at the entrance of Vanguard and 10 Mile, as well as Franklin and 10 Mile. We are going to be enhancing both of those entrances with significant landscaping, a plaza area on both of those, as well as greatly enhanced entry into 10 Mile so that it is the premier office and planned community in this part of the city. We have provided you with all these items as noted in our requested changes to staff's recommendation for approval. We are anxious to move forward the pre-plat process, which has been on the agendas since August, with a unified master DA, simplifying that from 5 down to 1, accompanied by specific design guidelines so that 10 Mile Crossing can be planned and developed as a complete project and sets the standard for the 10 Mile interchange area. With the encouragement of staff and of the TMI, with the encouragement of the TMI SAP and through a year-long collaboration with staff, we have now taken 5 separate projects and combined them into a single 308-acre mixed-use development to be governed by a single DA with project-specific guidelines. Staff has expressed its support as documented on the April 8th memo to Council. Planning and Zoning Commission expressed its general support through a unanimous recommendation for approval. We concur with staff's and P&Z recommendations for approval and request your approval tonight of the 10 Mile Crossing DA modification with proposed design guidelines, the proposed rezones, approval of the TM Center subdivision preliminary plat, including the requested modifications to the conditions of approval per the applicant's April 5th request and as supported by staff on April 8th. We request your approval tonight and stand for any questions you might have regarding 10 Mile Crossing, the design guidelines, the pre-plat, and the rezone that are before you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, John, thank you for that presentation and the tremendous amount of work you and your team have put into this application. Numerous things. Thoroughly impressed with the design guidelines that were created and your work with Cushing Terrell in doing that. And my question there is for that district board, that 10 Mile Crossing Design District, there's that have a board review. The development applications are going to be submitted to. Is that a board that is appointed by the city, or it seemed to me it was more part of the 10 Mile Crossing District that would appoint the architects to oversee and to review the submissions? Can you fill me in on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Council Member Hoagland, thank you for the question. Our intent is to appoint the review board internally within 10 Mile Crossing. That board will include architects that are not associated with the projects. We have several different architects that are out here. It obviously wouldn't be appropriate for them to be reviewing their own projects. I will tell you that we have a very keen eye to the design. And so we are very much involved in that as well, but we will have outside architects involved in that process, make recommendations to the applicants on those buildings, and then have them make those changes prior to a CZC package coming to the city. What we're trying to do is make sure that the design is cohesive with the guidelines, but also maybe lessen staff's load a little bit as it relates to design review. And it would also help with or provide an expedited process of that review so that when they finally get to staff, they aren't wasting their time going back and forth. We will have addressed those issues already.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, follow up on another question I have.
Councilman Hoagland.
One other question I have, it sounds like you and staff have come to agreement over a number of the different changes to the new DA, and appreciate you and staff working on that. And I know it took a lot of time on everybody's part to make that happen. And it comes down to my question about the South New Market Avenue, Benchmark Avenue parking. Staff is recommending on-street parking is provided along Benchmark Avenue. We know that the first 200 feet from Franklin are not allowed to have, parking per ACHD regulations, but you're proposing that there's parallel parking south of 10 Mile Creek on the east side of the street. And I want to know, does that go to in your bubble plan, or the conceptual land use plan, to the border of the medium to medium high density residential area there in green on that particular map? Or does it go down to near the curve? And why not both sides of the street as opposed to one side of the street? So,
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I just want to make sure that were you referring to this exhibit or the one before this? This one or the other one? It probably
one before
doesn't
that. That
matter.
one, yes, that one right there.
So our intent is, with the residential that we will have here, we do see that there is a great opportunity to have on-street parking there. We do feel like this on this side will be very much more commercial oriented, office, maybe even a little bit of retail. But we feel like the on-street parking really relates more to the residential, as we would have residential in this area. And that would be the appropriate place for the on-street parking.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Holman.
just for a clarification, John, and then would it go down just to the boundary of that, what you're showing as the medium to medium high density residential bubble, approximately right there where you have the cursor, the hand?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yes, that is correct. This was originally called New Market, but now it's Benchmark, but it's basically built to this point anyways. We have a little bit more to make that connection, but we would do on-street parking on the entire eastern frontage between the, I can't remember the name of the subdivision there, but from that point all the way up to 10 Mile Creek to that point.
Thank
The
you, Mr.
Primrose
Mayor.
subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, further questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
thank you. John, if you could talk a little bit about the need for flexibility on up to 100-foot buildings. I mean, I don't know if that works out to be 10 stories quite. I'm sure you have to add some mechanicals and stuff, but do you really think there is a need there? And how would you foresee, like, where do you think in this development that would fit?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader, that's a great question. Just for context, a 100-foot would satisfy the need for a 6-story building. We currently have out here on this exhibit right here, the Paylocity building is 5 stories. And so that's our tallest building we have right now. But what we've had to do is to go through and we've had to actually ask for alternative compliance to even get to that level. We honestly don't know how many of those there will be, but what we are finding is if we can increase the size of some of those buildings as we move into the north area up here in particular, we're able to work on the design a little bit more. Really, we would top out at 6 stories. But the flexibility to 100 feet allows us to do that without having to ask for alternative compliance on each and every one of those buildings like we have already with Paylocity in particular, which is 5 stories currently. Where do we think that probably would occur? Again, we think that the 100-foot level would be most likely in this area. I don't know that we would go all the way out to 10 Mile, but what we have found, Councilmember Strader, is the need to be flexible so that if we do have a tenant that wants to use all of a building or most of a building, that 100-foot request may be necessary, and we want to be able to move quickly. And so that's why we're asking for the flexibility on this.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Is the alternative compliance process cumbersome? I'm not very familiar with it. Is that a real obstacle that you've had, or I'm trying to understand how much the flexibility is really necessary?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Strader, it's not cumbersome, but it can be subjective. So what we've ended up doing out here is we've created the pathway system as a way to mitigate some of that. We've added plazas in front of buildings as well. What we're asking for is, and we're going to continue to offer all of those things, we are just asking for a little bit more flexibility so that we know for certainty that we can get there. As it stands right now, the maximum height we can do without alternative compliance is 4 stories. And so anytime we even ask for 5 stories, it's in for alternative compliance as well as 6. As a comparison, an example of the 6-story building that exists in the city right now would be the ESI Select Health Building, which is on Franklin and Eagle Road. That's 6 stories. So again, will we have many of those? I'm not sure that we will, but we are just asking for a little bit more flexibility. There was discussion about what are the extents of that. I don't believe we would have anything that would be up on Franklin, but in this core area where we already have a very defined office core, I could see where this would be needed. One other thing that's of importance is 10 Mile sits very high, as well as Franklin Road. So even if we had a 6-story building here, it's not going to look like 6 stories from either 10 Mile or Franklin. We have as much as 20 feet of grade difference between Franklin Road down here to Cobalt, and as much as 8 feet at this point, coming a little bit lower.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Councilman Burnt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you, Mr. Wardle. Appreciate you joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I have a question in regard to the connectivity to 12 Oaks. You mentioned that it was sort of a poor design, and you would rather have that access coming off of Franklin in a couple of points. Historically, we as a council, we've always consistently been in favor of and supported cross access with neighboring properties. Would there be a way to continue that, or is that not doable? Further clarification would be nice. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt, thank you for the question. Regarding the 12 Oaks access or the cross access, we intend to maintain it. But the issue that we have with the access is that it cuts through a parking lot right next to multifamily and a future little pad, which is on Franklin Road. This aerial doesn't show it, but it comes in and it's not even a direct shot into us. You come in, you have to take a right coming into the site. It also, you have to climb up over the Vaughn lateral piping that's there. And so you're coming up and then you're coming back down. With that said, we do intend to keep it so that cross access does occur, but it's a very poor access point for dominant commercial here back through a multifamily project. So we want to be able to encourage access to occur on Benchmark, as well as access that would occur directly across from Republic Services, their access point, which we've done. We've consolidated all of our access points and we're showing it right there across from theirs. And over here, we picked a midpoint as well between those two. We will continue to have cross access internally. We will have access back to the collector road system as well, but having a way to get in and not push it through 12 Oaks residential for the primary way to get in, that's our request tonight. We have discussed this with ACHD. They're ultimately the ones that will need to approve that. There's a way that can be done, but we do know that we need city council support of that request to pursue that further.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to change the topic of discussion back to the design guidelines and get some more understanding from the applicant as well as the staff on the concern about whether the design guidelines coordinate well, I suppose, for lack of a better word, with the plan that we currently have, the 10-mile plan, and just want to understand a little bit more about some statements that are in the staff report in regard to the applicants not being in favor of some of the recommendations that the staff made about how to go about this. So specifically, the staff report says that the applicant wasn't in favor of the idea of applying for amendment to the 10-mile plan or excluding the area from the plan to, so that the design guidelines would then just apply to the location that Brighton owns and is attempting to modify, and or that, see if I understand this correctly, basically that the design guidelines, the changes that are being proposed through the design guidelines would then just be part of the DA. So it sounded to me from the staff report that the applicant wasn't in favor of either of those. And so I just wanted to have some more understanding about why and exactly what how you want this to, what your expectation is as far as incorporating the design guidelines into a method that the city can use to incorporate legally into the process.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, thank you for the question. There is a bit of history to this. We actually, when we submitted our applications in November, we did request an amendment to the comp plan for this item. When you note the amount of staff time on this, I don't want to overlook that. Your staff, legal, have all been involved in the best way to approach this process. So we did look at that. Ultimately, it was determined that needed to come off the table. So we removed that as an application and updated our applications in February. But we feel like the best approach here, because the city does, the 10-mile interchange specific area plan very much does encourage project-specific guidelines. There is a little bit of what I would say maybe interpretation or lack of clarity on how best that those be done. And ultimately where we landed on this was to bring all 5 development agreements together. So instead of going to try to piecemeal each and every one of them, we will have one development agreement for everything and one set of guidelines which will be part of that development agreement and specific to 10-mile crossing. That seemed to be the best approach. So I just want to be clear that we weren't opposed to it. In fact, we had presented that application and there had been lots of back and forth between staff on the best approach to it. But ultimately that came off the table, and we in connection with the city staff have moved forward with reducing 5 development agreements down to 1 with one set of design guidelines for all 308 acres. Was there another part to that question, Councilmember Perot?
Yeah. No.
Councilman Pro, any follow-up?
Yes. No, there was not another part to that question, Mr. Wardle. I just wanted to get your perspective on it because all I had to read specific to that was what was in the staff report. And as far as, just understanding kind of how that history went in that conversation. So I appreciate your synopsis, and also would like, and we can hear from staff after our discussion is done with you on how, I just want a verbal acknowledgement from our staff that they are in agreement with using that process as well to incorporate the design guidelines, attaching it to the DA. It says in the information that I have that staff did not review all of the design guidelines with the exception of the items that we're specifically addressing here this evening. And so that's something that I I really would prefer actually that they do before we attach the entire set of guidelines to the DA and approve it.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I may respond.
Please,
Staff is not against having a separate set of guidelines for the 10-mile crossing development area. Initially, though, staff had asked the applicant to contrast the differences so that everybody could understand, staff, mayor and council, commission, what the differences are between the existing plan and the proposed plan. So that was what staff's reference was about in the staff report. Additionally, as it sits today, the 10-mile plan, this land area is part of the 10-mile plan, and it's not accepted from the guidelines in that plan. So that's why staff recommended that without an amendment to the plan, to either exclude this area or preferably reference this other set of design guidelines. We can't just accept it. And that's per discussions with our city attorney.
Mr. Neri, would you like to weigh in?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as Mr. Wardle stated, this is a pretty lengthy discussion we've had over which process would make the most sense in this. And there was some concern expressed by planning to amend the comp plan because of issues surrounding that type of process. This, to be honest, this, in my opinion, for the city's sake, from an enforcement standpoint, from a usability standpoint, having one development agreement when you have essentially one developer for that large of an acreage, you have more consistency in how it's applied, you have more consistency in how it can be enforced. And so through those discussions with both my staff, predominantly me, and the planning staff and Brighton, it was determined that this was the path that would provide them a great level of flexibility without either excluding them from the 10-mile plan, which didn't seem like a logical thing to do, but recognizing that because they have such a large stake in this property, that it would make more sense to use this as a tool to get these projects done and built in a consistent manner with a means to enforce them. Some of the other tools we have in our code are a little more difficult to track and keep track of versus a development agreement that gets recorded. And so no matter who develops in the future, if they sell portions of this or whatever, it's all going to be one master plan for all of it and one master DA. So that was our intent.
Mayor, follow up to that question.
Councilman Pro.
Bill, so if there are sort of design guidelines that currently exist that that are in opposition to the design guidelines that the applicant is proposing, then how does that work? Does the DA essentially free them from the other guidelines that are currently in the 10-mile plan?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, yes, that was our intention, is that the DA would be the controlling document because you have the ability to make exceptions, and the DA is the contractual way to do that. So again, you have an enforcement tool in DA, you have a set that's recorded, so it's clear what they are. It is governing this very large patch of land. So we just felt, again, from a practical standpoint for both legal and planning, we felt this is the best avenue to do.
Mr. Mayor, for Mr. Neri, quick question.
Councilman Schrader.
So Bill, I mean, I'm kind of tell me if this interpretation is right, but the developers creating their own design review outside of the city process, does that, staff could leverage that, but does that legally take anything away from the city in terms of our oversight or review ability to review, in your opinion?
Members of council, Councilmember Strader, I don't think so. I mean, I think, again, the intention is to create this collaborative effort between the city and the developer. And, you know, again, if there's a discomfort level, obviously many of these things are either going to be at staff level review or beyond if the staff determines that it is so incompatible with everything else. Again, because it's so large, and again, I know this isn't the only part of the 10-mile plan. I recognize that it also incorporates the other side of 10 Mile. But we felt it was probably the safest route to find as an enforcement mechanism, as well as some clarity for future development. So having pieces and parts always ends up being problematic, and things don't get developed very cohesively when you do that.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Bill, I want to make sure I understand this, and what Sonia had said was, okay, we have design guidelines for the city. And, you know, if they're part of the city, they are under those guidelines. But in this case, if they want to have their own guidelines, we have to make it clear that that is the controlling document for this specific area. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
So question for Sonia, do you feel like you have had an adequate chance to review all the design guidelines and everything and really feel comfortable with those? Because I think that would be necessary from my standpoint, to at least that you've had a comfort level with those.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council, staff has reviewed the design guidelines. Staff does believe that they would result in a cohesive, consistent design for the development, and it's not necessarily objecting to those. Bill, do you have any further comments you'd like to add on that?
I certainly can, Sonia. If
Mr. Mayor,
Mayor
members of
would
the
indulge
council.
me.
Oh, sorry.
Wrong bill.
Yeah, Mr. Parsons.
Sorry, Mr. Neri.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I told Sonia I'd have her back tonight if she needed some assistance, because a lot of this has really come down with myself and conversations with the applicant and guiding them this route based on all of the information that you heard tonight. Certainly, our staff's original intention was to have the applicant go through the PUD process. And what we realized is our PUD ordinance isn't aligned to allow the applicant to move forward with some of these changes. So really, as Mr. Neri testified, the DA is the proper mechanism at this point. The applicant and I are certainly moving forward. We want to take a look at that section of code and come back with some changes to our PUD ordinances. But in my experience in other municipalities, this is really the mechanism for having cohesive design in a community. Many places don't use the DA as much as we do. They actually use a plan unit development process, and that's where the applicant really does a deep dive with staff, goes through, writes essentially their own design guidelines and zoning ordinance to control and govern their property. We're just not there today. I think looking at the slide that the applicant has before you, it really put the onus on the developer, the landowner, to come back and do this more so than the city. Now, what we've done over the years is we've implemented ME zoning and HE zoning to coincide with some of these land uses in 10 Mile, but we really haven't gone through our code and made significant changes to address the design guidelines that are in the 10 Mile plan. And from our perspective, they are pretty subjective. And that's why, from my professional opinion, I applaud the applicant for coming forward and doing this work for staff and trying to take some of that burden off of us, because there is a lot of effort to doing design review at the staff level more. So that's probably the largest part of our review process at the administrative level, making sure that the applicant complies with all of those design guidelines, or whether or not they need to go through the design exception, go through alternative compliance. And that just adds a layer of review and complexity to a project. So by the developer kind of coming in with a cohesive plan, cohesive guidelines, we can have our team, at least current planning team, can go to one document, make sure that they have concurrence from the applicant that they're meeting those guidelines. We can check them, their proof their work against their own guidelines, and issue out approval in a more expedited process, in my opinion. So in all intents and purposes, you got kind of two things you're looking at tonight. One is the plat and the land use is consistent with the plan. I think we all agree that they are. And that's some of the conversations we had with the applicant. Now, whether or not every project in 10 miles is going to comply with every one of those design guidelines in the comp plan, I don't think so. You have to remember it's a guide. It's not the law. And so sometimes our code does kind of, lack of a better word, it kind of conflicts with the guidelines and the policies in the comprehensive plan. And so again, that's why we worked with the applicant. We met with them after the commission to make sure we were all on the same page. And I think for tonight's sake, I can assure you that staff is on board with what the applicant is proposing. We feel like they are following the guidelines based on our meeting with them and also our consultations with the attorney's office.
Mr. Neri.
Mr. Mayor, one final point I could make on that with what Bill said is the PUD process was a fairly common process we used to use back in the early 2000s. And the biggest problem with a PUD is they don't get recorded. So it was the I can't remember the name of the apartment complex on McMillan was a good example of that. So when that process came in and that land was annexed, it was under a PUD. So nobody knew what was going to be built there by looking at a map or by looking at a DA. All of it was in the PUD process. So when they built those apartments, no one knew that's what was going to be there. They thought they were going to be houses and retail. And that was a component of it that was in the PUD. So ever since then, we've tried away from a lot of PUDs on large scale projects because again, the tracking and maintenance of them and for other people to recognize what's going to be there is more problematic. With a recorded development agreement, I would just point to the recording. It's recorded, you can go look it up. It's in our records, it's in the county's records. It's clear what's supposed to be there. And so there's no question from anybody that something got built that wasn't supposed to be there, or I didn't know that was going to be there, or whatever those reasons were. And therefore we felt this again was a better direction for that consistency and ability for enforcement at a later time.
Councilman Burnt.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just to clarify, in the rare chance that in the design process, there's something that conflicts with what we feel to be acceptable. Again, I stress in the rare situation that happens. Does staff, does the city, can we step in and express concerns and make changes or recommend certain things? I think that's what I've heard. I just wanted to confirm that.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm happy to take that question. In my review of the design guidelines presented to staff, yes, there was an avenue for the director and the commission and council to have some authority over some of that discretion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Bill.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pearl.
along those lines, Mr. Parsons, if plat's approved, then what, at that point, the developer Brighton's not necessarily going to need to come before council for approval of some of the projects that are going in, right? I mean, it's just all going to be at the staff level?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Perot, that's not necessarily the case. They're still subject to the uses allowed in the UDC. So depending on whatever use it may be, if it still requires a conditional use, it would still go to Planning and Zoning Commission. But yeah, the only time they would come before you would be final plat or DA mod at this point. That's really what we're trying to do. Yes, try to take some of that burden off of you guys and put it more on staff to kind of review the development out here. And that's why we're sharing all of that. That's kind of part of the hearing tonight, is whether or not you guys feel comfortable doing it this way. I mean, this is something new for us that we haven't done. And that's the case, same question we posed to the commission. Do you guys feel this is the appropriate mechanism and the steps we should be taking to try to, have consistent development in the 10-mile area? And you can hear from the applicant's response and some of the updates from the commission recs that they unanimously approved the project, and they endorse the design guidelines as the applicant join you tonight. So I think we're in pretty good shape here.
Councilman Burnt.
To me, I'm excited to see what this looks like, to be honest with you. One of these big development projects to create consistency throughout the project. I think ultimately what we want, is control. We don't want that to get out of out of hand at any time or any place. I doubt this is going to happen that way. But I'm excited to see what how this looks like going forward. I think ultimately we do have the authority for sure. If things go sideways or something happens, I think that we do have authority to step in and make change if needed. But ultimately this is different. I'm actually excited to see what this looks like. This could be a good thing going forward, not only for the city, but for staff and future larger projects.
Councilman Burnt, I'd like to concur with that. I've heard, at least probably for the last 15 months about the challenges out in this area with a lot of these issues and the amount of staff time that's been put in previously and to get us here. I'd like to think this is the direction that the people that are doing the work are all saying is the appropriate way to move forward. Yes, there's still some questions that I think they're looking for some guidance or direction on through this, but from a process standpoint, this is something new, something different, but I think a good outcome for the city and for the development community. And honestly, time is money for
everyone.
People say it's time is money for everybody, including our staff. And our staff should not be focused on things, honestly, that can be addressed in very quick and easy fashion. Unless we want to continue to add more staff to our community development department to address a lot of these issues. So we need to find ways to be efficient as a city for everyone's sake, quite frankly, and from what I'm seeing. Otherwise, you'll be seeing more requests for staff to help address all these issues because they're going to keep coming up. And I've got no issue with the height issues, just for the record. I'm going to share that one item.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
I have a question for Sonia. I'm trying to tie up loose ends here. Sonia, I asked Mr. Wardle about the parking along New Market / Benchmark, and in the staff report, there was the request that parking be provided along Benchmark Avenue. What, on that one, were you looking at having both sides have parking, or what was the difference between what they're willing to provide for parking and what your staff was talking about for having parking provided?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, Councilman, there's specific street sections in the 10-mile plan for each of these collector streets. This particular one is designated as a residential collector street, street section D, I believe. Because residential uses were planned adjacent to this street, that's what the street classification is for, an on-street parking and more of a traditional neighborhood design and feel. So that's the reason for staff's recommendation. I will agree that it makes sense for on-street parking to be provided adjacent to residential. On the commercial side, our street sections in the 10-mile plan still call for on-street parking along commercial areas as well, but I do think it's more important next to residential uses, plus provides additional parking.
Thank you for that, Sonia. And Mr. Mayor, if I might follow up with Sonia.
Councilman Hoagland.
And one of the other issues, just to make sure, so council would have to address that, make the decision on what they want to do with staff recommendation or the request to have that changed. There's also a waiver of the UDC 113A-3 pertaining to the access points. And that, though, I mean, that's going to involve our partner agency, ACHD, to make the final determination on that. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, yes, ACHD does also have to approve these accesses, and they have not approved them as of yet. Not sure if they will in the future or not, but as of now, they have not approved them.
Okay. And Mr. Mayor, one last.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Sonia, then we also have to decide on the design guidelines, making sure that that is the controlling document, if that's the direction council wants to go. Was there anything else that was an issue that would have to be addressed in this approval, denial, continuance, whatever we decide here?
The only thing I can think of is, Mr. Neri, would the applicant need to apply for an amendment to the 10-mile plan to reference the these specific design guidelines?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't think so, because again, this is the contract with them for their property. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know if Mr. Wardle has an opinion about that, but I'm not sure that that's necessary. That seems repetitive to me.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Yes, if Mr. Wardle might weigh in on how we might approach this?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, thank you for the question. We don't believe so. I mean, we were headed that way at one point, but that was pulled back. We really feel like the DA process and locking this in as a recorded document, it still keeps intact the 10-mile interchange specific area plan, and also provides for that provision in that plan for design guidelines specific to a property. So we think that the design or the development agreement that's recorded captures that and keeps all those things intact as intended.
Mr. Mayor, I could add maybe one more point. When we have a single piece of property that has a development agreement on it, and then they split it at a future point in time, and we create a new development agreement for that piece alone, we only reference that piece, and we always say is it no longer is a part of the other development agreement, because it's recorded. Because again, if anybody's looking to see what can be done there, what's allowed there, they're going to go look at this property. They're not going to go look at the 10-mile plan. They're not going to do that. They're going to go look at this property and see what's allowed. So that's how we've handled all the other ones where they split off from one big development. Southridge is the best example. That came in as one large development plan with a sort of bubble plan for it, and then it split off into numbers of pieces. And every time we did that, we simply said in the new one, it no longer is part of that plan any longer.
Thank you, Ms. Harry. Councilman Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to say, just reading through, I really appreciate how Sonia had put bullet points to all of the changes the applicant's proposing. And the one I primarily have concern with, overall, I think I don't have an issue with the concept, what the applicant's attempting to do, but it states that that the current DA provision as written allows building heights up to 100 feet in all areas without restrictions or further application. It sounds like the applicant is asking to go above 100 feet, again, without the same, without the same limitation. So what I want to understand is that going to be a decision that still needs to come before us, or is that going to be a decision that's done through alternative compliance? That's my only really, the thing that sticks out to me most as just not having a comfort level is that we won't be involved in that specific decision, which is buildings higher than 100 feet. I understand the applicant's point about how it will appear from the road and how it will fit into the development as a whole, but that causes me a little bit of concern. And I also would appreciate hearing from the applicant. I just, reading through all of the changes to the streets, what was intended, what ended up being, whether ACHD agreed to that street plan or not, the streets that were actually implemented, that are currently in place, that have been implemented, the ones that differ from what is in the plan. I feel like this is moving to such a heavy use away from some of the intention of the 10-mile plan originally, which was for it to be a little more lifestyle friendly, pedestrian friendly. I just feel like we're moving away from that into this really just commercial feel that's just big office buildings, very city, very metropolitan. And I don't necessarily disagree with this being a good location for that necessarily, but I just really want to give pause to exactly what we're doing here and make sure that we're at that comfort level. Because to me, this is significant. This entire thing is exceptionally significant for this area. And we will be changing the entire feel for how this was intended to look. Now, I know that a lot has happened since the original plan was put together, and I'm not proposing that there should not be significant changes, but I feel like this is a really significant change. And then as soon as we start talking about now buildings being higher than 100 feet, we're really talking about giving this an entirely different feel. So I'm trying to look at this from a bigger picture standpoint and less in the weeds of, something like a pedestrian bridge and those are all important. They are very, very important. But I'd truly like to hear my fellow council members' thoughts on the big picture, and also anything in addition, with the mayor's permission, that the applicant would like to share about that.
Mr. Mayor.
One thing, just so I'm clear, I thought that this only allowed up to 100 feet, not above 100 feet. So we're only talking up to 100. Am I mistaken?
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yes.
You are correct. We're actually, we're asking up to 100 feet. If by chance something came over 100 feet, that would have to come back to you or come back through alternative compliance. But we are just asking for that flexibility to be able to go up to 6 stories in height without that restriction, not over 100 feet. In fact, it would be less than 100 feet, even when you get to the top of the screen enclosures on top. But that's what we're asking for, would be less, a maximum of 100 feet would be allowed, not over 100 feet. And the other, sorry.
I just want to follow Councilman Pro, any follow up on that specific point?
Yeah, as I was reading through everything, I was under the impression that that was already permitted. So what is different? What's the current maximum then?
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
John, go ahead.
Councilmember Perot, actually in the CG zone currently, the maximum is 65 feet. We can do a 4-story building in 65 feet, just barely. When you get to that 5th story, that's when we started tripping that. That was the request, to allow us to get to 6 stories with a maximum of 100 feet. If I can just address very quickly or talk about the street system. The streets here are not, we haven't looked at these in isolation. We've really looked at them as a whole project. The issue is in order for us to be able to make decisions on end users, we need to have roadways in place. And so we've tried to identify the best way to maintain a pedestrian feel. So we do have throughout this entire project, 8-foot planters with 5-foot sidewalks. But again, we also have an extensive pathway system, which will add another 3.5 miles of connectivity for pedestrians. Is the use perhaps a little bit different than what was identified in 2007? Yes, but in 2007, the Valley had not considered that we were going to have the village at Meridian either. And there's really only one opportunity for a lifestyle center in Meridian, and that's the village. And so we've looked at it as well as, we want to promote those other uses, but we have found that the office uses that are ongoing currently, that those are highly desirable, really good jobs, employment, and it creates a daytime and an evening time population out here. We developed a Main Street feel specifically up on Wayfinder between Franklin Road and 10 Mile Creek. All those buildings there are coming to the street. We have very wide planters, hardscape elements, so that we can create that Main Street feel where the buildings will come forward. But the other parts of the project, will have a different feel as it relates to the office uses that are ongoing currently.
Mr. Mayor.
Cavanagh.
There you go. I wasn't sure if my mic was working tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good dialogue from my colleagues tonight. John, I keep coming back to this project is innovative, and so it's causing, I think, all of us to have our brains grow a few more wrinkles. So I appreciate you walking through this with us a little bit. I don't have any additional questions tonight, except for just maybe one particular piece. You've talked a little bit about in addressing Councilmember Burnt's questions about the connectivity and the cross access. And I even think you've talked about the on-street parking piece with the roads. A piece that either I missed or forgotten about through tonight, or we haven't touched on is how public transit will navigate through this project. And for me, it's beneficial to know kind of where that bus stop is going to locate, if it's more designed to serve kind of the commercial side or the residential side, or if it's going to be positioned in a way to serve both.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, just had to get through my slides here really quickly. So we have had a lot of conversations with Valley Regional Transit on what transit out here looks like. In fact, they have a pilot program that is going to start this spring, I guess maybe summer now, that would provide access internally from 10 Mile all the way to the village and back. So there'll be multiple trips a day happening. They have on their exhibits, on their maps, other locations where stops will occur. But when this project came up, we actually worked with them and created the first transit stop at the roundabout close to 10 Mile Crossing. So Vanguard and Wayfinder is the first transit stop that we show here. We actually built that pad. We provided electrical conduit to it. So when Valley Ride comes out and they put their shelter there, because they have a very specific standard, they really can come out and bolt it down, and there's a location there for the bus to stop and pick up passengers. When the bus comes through, it actually will make a turn. It'll go back on 10 Mile and work its way up to Pine. I think eventually when we build out the rest of this and they look at other ways to get out, they may come internal. But for right now, the bus will come down Franklin or come down 10 Mile, head east on Franklin, come down Wayfinder, can make stops along the way. There will be a transit stop here, and then it will circle back around, go north on 10 Mile to Pine to the village. And so we've worked really closely with them on that. This is actually a no cost, with the exception of the shelter that they would need to do, but we've actually put all those improvements in ahead of their need so that they can come and do it at any point.
Great. John, has VRT given you any insight? Would this stop be designed to serve, again, the employers and employees from this area, the residents? I mean, is it anticipated to be like a park and ride? The location looks nice, but I'm a little concerned about who it's actually going to serve.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Cavanagh, that's a great question. The purpose of this route is to service the Meridian community. There are park and ride routes, and there would be they've talked about how that would transfer if they're coming from Nampa and they want to take this route to the village, they can do that. But this really is designed for the city of Meridian to be able to establish a route inside of the city. So for example, if we had somebody living in an apartment here and they wanted to go to the village and they didn't want to take a car, they could get on the bus and they could drop them off in downtown Meridian, or it could take them to, I think, to Blue Cross and then to the village, and vice versa. Those opportunities within the city was the intent of this route. So what doesn't show here, Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Cavanagh, is we have this. These apartments are complete. These apartments will be nearly complete. There'll be an opportunity to stop here. Somebody could get on as well. And if you're working or living anywhere along Pine and you are working at 10 Mile, you have an opportunity to ride that bus to work as well.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wardle.
Only further questions for the applicant. Thank you, John.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
This is a public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, we had no one sign up in advance, but if there's anybody in the audience that'd like to come forward and provide testimony, or if you're online and you'd like to provide testimony, please raise your hand. Go ahead and come on forward and state your name and address for the record. And it looks like we have at least one person online.
My name is excuse me. My name is Garrett Blackner, 1912 Northwest 12th Street, Meridian. I just a quick just a comment on parking. Kind of when I looked at that map and I see medium high density housing and street parking. Just kind of with a recent ordinance that was passed where we can't park near mailboxes. Are we kind of setting these residents up to just be ticketed and set up for failure? Kind of probably a lot of cars going to be in the area, and that ordinance, just want to see if that's been taken into account. And that's really all I have to say on that.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just if Sonia or Bill or whoever be appropriate to weigh in, I'm not sure. I think these apartments have a central location. Can you, or Mr. Wardle, what is the status of the mailbox locations, and are they centralized for each unit?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, as part of the review of the multifamily development, the applicant has to depict the central location for the mailbox. So that's usually internal next to the clubhouses of each one of those developments. So there's nothing placed along the street for those particular projects.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Go ahead, John.
Councilman Hoagland, that's a good question. And if you keep in mind that the street where they've asked for us, staff has asked for some on-street parking, is a residential collector. So the intent there is that the homes actually do not access directly in terms of driveways onto that roadway. It would be a parallel parking situation where we would have intersecting roads to get out to Benchmark. So parking in front of mailboxes in that future residential is not an issue. But Mr. Parsons is correct that in all of our apartments, we do have central mail delivery, that they really are walking into those clubhouses to pick that up.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
if staff could please comment, I think maybe to the question overall of what parking is required and how do we look at that? And did we determine that the parking is adequate?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilwoman Strader, parking is adequate for the multifamily residential portion of the development? Is that the question?
Mr. Mayor, I believe so. I think if you could just comment on our process overall with reviewing parking, how we determine that it's adequate. I think the question posed an underlying concern about adequacy of parking.
Well, the Unified Development Code specifies minimum parking standards based on the number of bedrooms per unit in multifamily. One bedroom units require 1.5 spaces, at least one of those in a covered carport or garage per unit. 2 and 3 bedroom units require 2 spaces per unit, at least one of those in a covered carport or garage. Those are minimum standards. Typically, a conditional use is required for multifamily development, so that does go through the Planning and Zoning Commission. If additional parking is deemed to be warranted, then additional parking is required as a condition of approval of the conditional use permit.
Thank you.
Next, we have testimony from Denise Lever. Denise, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Denise Lefevre, 6706 North Salvia Way. I have a few concerns, Mayor and City Council. Past mayor and current mayor view Brighton as partners that help make Meridian great, and as such, Brighton wields tremendous influence and sits on a non-transparent UDC committee and expedited treatment. They have enjoyed use of CCD monies, urban renewal designations, and assistance with development incentives. Staff views developers and Brighton as their customers. I have a concern with the speed and the review of this application. Page 9 of 90, P&Z 31820, Castanelli. Sonia, you mentioned staff hadn't had a chance to review that preliminary design. Sonia, obviously this still has to go to city council, and by that time staff will do a complete review. City council has relegated authority to P&Z to approve CUPs, alternate compliance to the directors without representation of elected officials. These ease in continued intensity of use and impact of property, impact the property taxes, since there are no fees for school impact fees and there's required services and equipment needs for this project. I'm not opposed to the increases in the height or the apartments. It's actually the right spot for them in the area. What I'm opposed to is the impact to the existing taxpayers due to urban renewal and no school impact fees. Since this is a big change, and yes, this is a big change, I would like to see the intensity of this use removed from the urban renewal or deed restricted so that the contributions for full property taxes are collected and provided to the county. Yes, the city did collect the full taxes, but reserved the right to collect them in the future. This developer has some of the highest lease rates in the valley. I would like to see this development cover their impact and not pass these taxes on to existing residents. I'm disappointed this wasn't included in the comp plan overall review, although it was brought up on several occasions to include the 10-mile specific plan as well as the downtown plan. Basically, in closing, what they want to do on it, even though it's a huge change, I'm not overly opposed to it. I just don't want to see a continued shifting of property taxes and school levies passed on to existing residents. And yes, there is a big pass through as we look at our property tax bills and see increasingly school levies after school levies and our taxes going up. That's basically it in closing. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Denise, council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I guess I'm just a hair confused on that statement in regard to how Denise feels like these property taxes are going are being shifted to the homeowners. I don't understand. Maybe I could be missing something for sure. It's not the first time ever. So
Development isn't covering their cost. I mean, we can see that. And you can see that with the levies for schools. If you go back in with, and you're going back in and having to go back through and have more schools, the staff is not doing a really good job as far as taking all the entitlements and doing projections going forward to show how many people are going to be enrolled based on what's been approved. And the costs keep going up. And when I'm looking at my property tax bills and you're looking at the levies, the schools just don't have enough money to continue expanding and paying for new schools and new lands without passing levies to do that.
right. So Mr. Mayor, Denise, I don't mean to interrupt. And maybe, you know, those are two separate conversations, in my opinion. And I don't disagree with you in regard to the schools and that, you know, I mean, we've been having this discussion about the schools and levies for eons and what that looks like for our entire state, just not West Ada School District. That's a completely separate conversation. What I was concerned about was your comment in regard to how this project is shifting the tax burden over to, you know, other property owners. In my opinion, that's not how urban renewal works.
The fact that the fact that you're putting more and more apartments in there, which isn't a bad place for it. There's no impact fees for that increased densities. And this nowhere comes close to what the original design was for that. Come see, come saw, the design's not bad. I just, as a taxpayer, I don't want to subsidize the developer.
So just to clarify, Denise, Mr. Mayor, this developer is still going to be paying taxes. All right. It's just
And
that
impact fees.
it's just that those taxes are going to be going to the urban renewal district. And so it's the shift burden, in my opinion, as it relates to property taxes, like you spoke, that shift won't take place. It's just going to a different taxing district.
Council, any further questions? Ms. LaFever? Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else who raised their hand to provide testimony on this item? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I see no one else with their hand raised.
Would the applicant like to make any final comments?
Mr. Mayor and Council, again, we are appreciative of the effort. This has not been a quick process by any means. We have spent a lot of time internally as well with your staff and getting to this point tonight. This is unique. We have an opportunity to bring 308 acres into a single development agreement and provide design guidelines that are cohesive for all of this. We have very much a vested interest in the long-term outcome for the project, from the way it looks, the way it integrates with the whole. And so simply tonight, we are asking for your approval of the TM Center preliminary plat, the DA modifications, which will include the design guidelines, your approval of the Franklin Road access points, and we request those as well as the modifications that we have noted and staff has concurred with in our April 5th memo and their April 8th memo. And I will note that we are agreeable to provide the on-street parking on Benchmark in that medium to medium high density location. So with that, we are grateful to be here tonight and ask for your approval of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Council, any final questions for the applicant? Councilman Pearl, I saw you move your lips, but we didn't hear any noise.
I just asked your permission to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question for staff. So if there is, there's a proposal for a 6-story building on the east side in the central area that is currently, if you could go back to that concept plan, there you go. In that central area that says retail, office, entertainment, medical, if there's an application for a 6-story building, what distance does there need to be between that and the residential?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Perot, Council, there is no set distance right now. So if that is something that you desire to have in the development agreement, it should be stated. You would have a street and the street buffers separating that area from the residential, though, as well.
Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Pro.
Yes. So I would like there to be some sort of standard. I would need some guidance from staff onto, as to what that would look like, as far as what would be an appropriate distance, because I would like to see some sort of boundary there that there couldn't be a building of that height right up just across the street from the medium density residential.
Mr. Parsons, do you have a suggestion? I mean, the only thing I could offer is maybe, requiring another structure to be which it should be anyway, street oriented design along that collector street, and then have the taller buildings behind it.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the other thing to keep in mind is there's going to be pathways, parkways. The street's going to be 67 feet of right of way. So what you're not seeing here is you're not seeing that scale and that bulk of that building up against the street. You're not seeing. It's hard to get that vision of that taller structure adjacent to a street without having all that information. I know the applicant's going to have to come back forward before you to potentially amend this development agreement to include their residential design guidelines. Perhaps they could come back with some of those details, or as Sonia suggested, certainly you could just probably have and again, I'll ask the applicant if they have any ideas as well, whether or not, maybe to Sonia's point is like, keep it away, have a row of buildings in front of it, or it should be central to the development and not fronted on a street, or have a row of parking between it and the street. There's many different design elements you can do. But again, if you look at those street sections, it's pretty clear. It's going to be a pretty good, just with that, there's going to be a pretty significant setback from those residential uses.
Mr. Mayor,
Schrader.
just a quick check back with staff one more time. I've heard you've had a chance to review. Sounds like you're comfortable. Would just say, if it's a big project, things could come up. If you felt like there's anything that you haven't had a chance to review, if you needed more time, please don't feel that you're pressured, to move anything forward. We should take our time appropriately. So I just wanted to say that and ask if you have any concerns, if you need more time for any reason. There's some extensive design guidelines. Just wanted to kind of give you that opportunity one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, Council. Our staff as a whole has reviewed their proposed design guidelines and are comfortable with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia, question I had for you regarding the two accesses on Franklin, or to John, is in the conversations that have been occurring with Republic and the school district. I know Mr. Wardle mentioned that one of the proposed locations is to align with Republic Services to the north. I don't know what access for Republic Service to the north. There's kind of three along that area that could be, and I don't know how that is in alignment with the conversations regarding the shared access that is being worked on, and if this would be in alignment, in opposition, or in conflict, I shouldn't say opposition, with the proposed joint access. Can anyone share some light on that one? John, Mr. Wardle?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So to be clear, Benchmark, which is this roadway in the middle, this is the roadway that is aligning with the primary access across the street to, we'll just call it the project known as Big A. And the internal access occurring from the bus depot or the bus we'll go over, you can't see it on this map. And if you need more, I can get to Google Earth and show that to you, but it's going to be set back a ways. So it will come down, it will jog to the west, and then it will connect with Benchmark and come right out. We're working currently with Adler. We've actually designed the signal for this location. So there is a little drive aisle. It's a one-way drive aisle coming south. Two buses can come. It's my understanding that's going away, and the buses will go over to Benchmark and come out this way. The access that we're talking about that aligns with the Republic is for their administrative office. They already have an existing curb cut there right now. And so that's the access we're talking about aligning. There is one more access point over here that if you were going to go to the transfer station, or if the buses were coming in, that will be maintained for that access. But we're talking about this Franklin this Franklin access right here would align directly across from Republic's administrative office. And this access that the buses use will go away and they will shift over to Benchmark.
Thank you, John. And if I didn't hear, is this right in, right out only, or is this viewed as more than that?
This access here,
Yeah, what are you requesting?
we are requesting full, but ACHD has let it be known that they do have the right to limit that to restrict it. So at this point in time, given the loads on the road, should they approve it, it could be full, but they have said that they could still come back and restrict that to a right in, right out. That restriction would also impact Republic services to the north. We have other access points that do have restrictions in place, but at this point in time, we're asking for a full, and ACHD will determine what the extent of that would be.
Council, just my 2 cents. I'm not a traffic engineer. We don't pretend to be one, but it seems awful close to what will be a major access for several other uses, at least partially during the day, at 2 or 3 major times that we know of. Right in, right out may seem appropriate. I don't know that beyond that, it makes a lot of sense, at least for that one, my 2 cents. Councilwoman
Mr.
Pro.
Mayor.
Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I currently reside in the 12 Oaks complex temporarily, and so I'd like to speak to this. I agree with the applicant that going through 12 Oaks instead of having this access would be a poor idea for the amount of traffic volume that it's not designed. There's 2 accesses, I believe, into 12 Oaks, one on the north side that runs basically directly parallel to Franklin, and the one on the south side of the project that goes through a parking lot that would not be able to handle any kind of additional traffic. But the directly across from the 12 Oaks entrance is the entrance to one of the entrances to the transfer station, and the buses go in that way on a regular basis. And so if the buses are getting moved to farther to the, if their entrance is getting moved farther to the west, which would line up with Benchmark, I think it would alleviate a lot of what the current traffic pattern now, and that most eastern entrance would probably be okay. I'm in agreement with what they're proposing, although I would anticipate ACHD may not be. But I think if they don't need to take the traffic even farther east from where it is, that would be very complicated.
Council, further questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Deputy Chief.
just a quick comment. The 2, I am in support of the 2 accesses that John's requesting. We've talked on some of their projects and looked at some of the stuff that's coming on that property, and the more accesses that make sense, which John and we've all worked together, will help a ton for access for the fire department. And then the other quick comment, I think it was Councilwoman Strader or somebody was concerned about parking in streets and stuff. In all things, they still have to meet code. So, fire code still applies for, roadway widths and parking and fire lanes and all that other stuff. All of that will still have to be met. Same with the 100-foot tall building. If we're doing a 100-foot tall building, they still have to meet the fire code. There's no getting around that. So that was just my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I appreciate the good discussion we've had and the good questions. I think we're to the point we can move forward. So I would move that we close the public hearing on H 2020-0074.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burke.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to comment, really appreciate the applicant and staff, the Planning and Zoning Commission for their work on this. There are a lot of details, a lot of things to look through. And they really covered a lot of ground and resolved things that we didn't have to deal with. I really appreciate Planning and Zoning Commission, that future gathering plaza, pushing for that, and for Mr. Wardle and his team to find a place for that, to make that work. I know it's going to be flexible, what it ultimately looks like, but appreciate that collaboration on that. You know, this was a brand new thing in Meridian back in '07. It hadn't been done before, and to plan an area like this, of this magnitude, was new. There was a lot of flexibility given into that plan. I came on council my first go around in '08, and I think in 10 or 2012, we made some changes to the area because of the changes in the marketplace, because of the village, what was kind of originally envisioned, that changed focus a little bit. It was still going to be a major employment center with a lot of mixed use, and really overall, it's kept the vision. Maybe some of the details have changed, but the vision of what this was going to be is being followed. I know there's some folks who, you know, had opposition, like raising the height of the building. This truly was a place that we were going to have height in this area, as opposed to other areas of our city. That was planned. And also previous changes have been made to it. So this is not the first time we're tweaking this plan a bit, and we have to go through these details. It is something I think the community can be proud of. I know when I come up the freeway and get on the 10-mile exit and look at that and go, wow, that's Meridian. You know, that's part of our community. And we have some other areas that we can point to and say, hey, these are good things that are happening in our community, and creating density that will allow us to do some things for mass transit and other areas and service. So I think it's overall a good thing, and I'm be ready to make a motion unless other folks have a comment or two.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I appreciate Councilman Hoagland's comments and share a lot of the same comments. I, wanted to maybe address some of the public testimony, just how I'm looking at it. One of the biggest challenges as we're weighing adding more students into the school district is also our over-reliance on residential as a component of our city. And what I wouldn't give for like 10 more Paylocities. They're property taxpayers too. And at the end of urban renewal, they'll be taking some of that burden off of residential, and hopefully people won't be commuting as far for their jobs. I mean, I just, I appreciate that the vision's changed a little bit from the original intention, but just the employment center aspect of this is really compelling to me. My only concern with the height of the buildings was possibly next to the residential. I'm now confident that'll get ironed out in the residential portion. And I'm not really concerned overall. I agree this is a place for density and large buildings. So I'm excited. I think it's a new way to do the design process. I hope it sounds like staff is comfortable now. They've had a lot of time, and I'm comfortable with this one.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I don't think there's anything else for me to be said. I'm supportive of it as well. I do appreciate anytime our citizens voice concerns about the ongoing cost of schools on Meridian taxpayers. I'm sympathetic to that, although I think the applicants are sympathetic too. And the conversation about how we're going to pay for schools as a separate taxing district from the city is not on the agenda for tonight, but one that I know that we're going to continue to discuss and continue to encourage our citizens to be involved in that conversation as well. It's going to take a lot of voices.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number H 2020-0074 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of April 13th, 2021, with the addition of changes to include changes to condition number 2.d as presented in the staff report, to also include the waiver of the UDC 11-3A-3, which pertains to the access, and the previous one pertained to the parking, and to also include the design guidelines that were presented for the 10-mile crossing design district to become the controlling document for this area.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
Aye.
Perot,
Jessica, we didn't hear you.
I think she said aye.
Is that a yes?
Schrader,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt,
All ayes, motion carries. And it is agreed to. Thank you all. It was a lot of work to get us through that, to this point and through the evening. And I know there's still more to do, but great job. Any item under future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
the next topic, I failed to mention that we took care of our business and executive session prior to this meeting, so I move that we strike item number 5 from this agenda.
Second the motion.
Motion second to delete item 5 from the agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Is there any discussion?
Is it honorably? Mr. Burnt, I like those honorable motions.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those nay. We are adjourned.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.